right? So good morning. So I'm Julia Novak. I know you all know my colleagues, Nancy Hedrick and Jackson Mullenix. We're with Reftelis, and we work with local governments and utilities all over the country. It's what we do. I had the pleasure of working with the City Council in 2021 a couple of times to do some governance work when the form of government changed, and then we came back and did some initial work on what's evolved into goals here for the city. So today we are back, and we spent last night with the council and city manager and city attorney, assistant city manager, and we had a really nice evening where we talked about how the council wants to work together, what their roles are, kind of how they want to interact with the staff, what they think people expect of them. And I think my favorite kind of reflection on last night was people liked the vibe and the energy. Whoever said that, I think it might have been you, Ed. That you liked the vibe and the energy. There was a real sense of the council wanting to work well together, which builds the foundation for today, which is the what. You know, yesterday was about how, and today is about what. So today we're going to spend some time on understanding kind of where the organization is, so the context of what happens, what is happening now. We talked with the council yesterday about recognizing that what gets done in the organization by the city sits at the intersection of political acceptability, so what the council wants to do, and administrative sustainability, what the organization is resourced to do. And so that's the tension that we live with and work with in order to make progress for the community in the way that the council sees fit. So the city manager is going to kind of do an overall update and set the stage. And we're going to tell the staff and remind the council what we heard from you all during the interviews about all the great things that the city has accomplished in the past year, kind of looking back and remembering, you know, here we are at the beginning of a new year, but what happened in the past year? We will then give the council a little bit of space to talk about something that's really important to them. And is there anyone in this room besides me and, well, maybe Nancy too, who remembers Curly from City Slickers? Ah, a little bit of a throwback. Okay, good. Yeah, please. It's not just us. So we'll watch a really old movie clip where Billy Crystal looked really good, and remember, so see what the council's one thing is, and then we want to try to kind of realign how your goals and priorities nest together. What is that saying about what the city council wants to accomplish and what nests within that? So we'll spend a little bit of time organizing that, how the one thing that we hear from the council aligns with the priorities that we heard in the interviews, and then at the end, walking out of here, hopefully with a clear understanding of what the city manager and you all as an executive team will be keeping the council up to date on in the coming year in terms of their priorities. Get you out of here by 7 tonight. Was that the time? Yeah, 7 o'clock tonight. Yeah. I think I'm so funny. Yeah. I am very scary. It's 7 o'clock Eastern time. I'm from the Eastern time zone visiting here. I've been up since 3 a.m., so I'll be ready for a nap by then. Norms, just kind of what we, how we hope we will be together today. So first and foremost, I hope people will be bold. One of our jobs here is to create space for things to be said and hopefully in ways that people can hear them. So we invite people to be candid and honest in their conversations today. Positive and realistic. Who's the finance director? Realism sits at the table there. So, so we want you to be positive. We want you to reach. We want you to be hopeful, and then we recognize again that intersection of what you want to do and what there is the capacity to do is the reality that you live within. Be patient and self-aware. Sometimes we have to be patient with our colleagues who perhaps are saying things in too many words, maybe like I am now. And then aware of our own behavior and how we're terrifying people about how late we're going to be here tonight. So be self-aware and engaged and fully present. Most often today, that's about technology, which tries to take us out of the room. People are pinging you. You want to be responsive, and yet we're here today to invest in the future of the city. So we invite you to stay with us today and not let that technology drag you out of the room. Listen with respect. When I say that, I just mean no interrupting, no talking over, disagree agreeably. And as we work with the council towards identifying what the priorities of this body is, I hope we'll really strive for consensus. And I say that hopefully, and understand realistically that consensus is actually a very high form of agreement. And so you have to work at it. You have to figure out if this might work, or if we added that, how might that allow us to make the circle bigger and bring more people into the conversation? So I hope we'll work towards consensus and understand the reality is that the governing body makes decisions by majority. And so how we ultimately come to those conclusions and you all establish what your priorities are is up to you. And through all of this, I hope we have a little bit of fun. I'll make some really bad dad jokes, and you can laugh at me and my terrible sense of humor. So, any other norms that you all would expect? Okay. So then let us go ahead and hear from you all. Nancy and like I said, Jackson, they know you, but I'm getting to know it's been a whole turnover since in the last 5 years of the people in this room. I don't think any of you all were here. Is that correct? One person? Well, the mayor, yeah, no staff, no staff. Patricia, oh, you were here. Okay. So name kind of your role in time, how long you've been with the city in that role. And then for those who were here last night, just share a reflection about, kind of what your takeaway, what your reflection on the evening was. And then for the executive team, we invite you to share your expectations for this workshop. We captured the council's expectations yesterday, and so that's kind of already in the room. So this is your chance to add to that. And you can volunteer, the person who wants to volunteer, the person on their right to go second. Yep. All right, thank you. She did that to you, okay. Megan, thank you.
Megan Thornton, I'm the interim city attorney. I've been with the city for 6.5 years. I've been serving in this role for a handful of months. And my reflection on yesterday is that it was very positive and hopeful.
Positive and hopeful. Great, thank you. Good morning.
Patricia Anderson Wick, with no reflection of yesterday, I'll talk about my expectations of today, is that we set some high goals that we can actually engage with and anticipate how we're going to contribute to their achievement.
Yeah, there's a cord issue here. Thank you, sorry.
Okay, I am Ashley Hartmeyer-Prig. I've been on council for a little over 3 years. And yesterday I appreciated that there was candor. I think there was just a lot of good reflection and direct communication, which I appreciated.
Thank you. Tim. Oh, yeah. Oh, please use the mics or you'll get in trouble like I did.
Tim Elsey, I'm the Public Works Director. I've been here almost 2 years now. It seems like a blink of an eye. I'm kind of interesting in that I like these goal settings. I like these direction setting things because it helps me as I'm working with our teams to let them know what's important to the city, what's important to the councilors. We understand certainly that we work for the residents, but given the direction from the councilors, so this is going to be very important for us as we move forward.
Great. Thank you. Mayor.
Lacey Beatty, the very lucky mayor of Beaverton. Last night, I think when I went home and was bothering my husband about our evening, I said it just felt like a watershed moment for the city council. And it felt good to come out of last night. It's nice to have department heads with us today in this kind of larger configuration. We do have some challenging conversations ahead of us this year. So your input is welcome. And I think my goal is to leave the room with a firm understanding of the direction the city is going.
Thank you. Nadia.
Hi, everyone. Nadia Hassan. I've been on the council for the last 4 years. I'm in year 5. I just went home feeling like we all want an essence of the same types of things for our communities. And sometimes the ways we get there might look different, but it felt really assuring to see all of us really talk about a lot of the same things that we want to see in this community and in this city.
Dan?
Dan Weinheimer, Assistant City Manager. I think for last night, I was a little bit the fly on the wall. I maybe spoke up a little bit and probably got kicked under the table, but I enjoyed being able to observe it because it really did feel like the mayor said that there's movement and, you know, that it was a really, it was a dynamic conversation. And it felt really good to hear council openly talking about a lot of important issues.
For the record, no one kicked Dan. Jenny was seen way too far away. Her legs are not that long. Yeah, Debbie.
So I'm Debbie Lochner. I'm the finance director. I have been here just over 2 years. You know, again, I think when the council comes together and discusses their goals and the strategies for the coming year, it's important for staff to be able to take that forward and go with it. So clarity is good.
Thank you. John?
Hey, everybody, John Duggar. This is my 2.5 year mark, I think, on the council. Just quickly, I felt like last night felt like a significant moment, as others have said, for not our growth individually, but as a body. Like we are starting to act like we've done this before. And I just, like that was the way I described this to Quinn last night, so.
Thank you. Kenya?
I'm Kenya Williams, Equity and Inclusion Officer. I've been here about 1.5 years. I guess expectation for today, just understanding, building stronger relationships.
Thank you. Travis?
Hi, everyone. Travis Lucky, the city's CIO and ITS director. Wasn't here last night. My focus or my goal for today would be to have a better understanding of what the goals and priorities mean for each individual in this room so that I personally and my team can help bring solutions that help achieve them.
Thanks. Allison?
Thank you. I was sitting next to Dan. I don't remember kicking you. So.
Yeah, exactly. There was no kicking.
But you did say something that really struck me that to the point that the mayor and Councilor Duggar were saying was it feels like we've had several years now to get to know each other and learn how to work together. And it did feel like more of we have less time at the beginning to sort out what are you thinking right now. I think we have a sixth sense about that in some ways, but just like let's get to work was a feeling that I came away with, but also an appreciation from something Dan had said that while we have gotten to a place of consistency, at least over the next couple of years, the staff has been in a process of rebuilding departments and staffing up, and there's just a sense of like wanting continuity and wanting to get to that place of consistency. And I think having a appreciation of that going into the conversations today it's something I'm grateful for, to have that perspective as we're heading into the work that we're going to be doing together today.
Thank you. Andy?
Good morning. I'm Andy Barner. I'm the Community Development Director. I've been here 7 months. And I'll just echo what I think Debbie had said, just looking for clarity in the council's goals and priorities and how we as staff can help better achieve that and be in alignment. I know that's sometimes a challenge for our department, is really kind of narrowing in on all the priorities. So I'm really interested in this discussion.
Thank you. Kevin?
Hey, I'm Kevin Teeter. I'm Beaverton City Councilor elected in 2020. Term started in 2023. Andy just mentioned the word clarity. Conversation we had yesterday sticks out in my mind. It's over here on the wall. It's in yellow, orange, and green, and it's talking about the ideal member of city council and the different expectations that the community has, staff has, and then we councilors and mayor have as colleagues. And one of the words that came up a lot from staff needs or a staff ideal councilor is clarity. reliability, dependability, consistency. And so if you haven't seen that, I encourage you to go look at that. And if you have other feedback for us, let us know what would help us be better counselors for you all as organizational leaders.
Thank you.
I'm Kim Carroll. I'm the library director. I've been here for a year and a half. I'd agree with help communicate expectations to staff. The library operates in a couple of systems, so I'm always like systems thinking how we operate on the city level and how we operate on the county level, because we're one of those entities that are part of both. So understanding a little bit more about what the city expectations are is helpful within the context of also understanding how we operate in the county level.
Thank you. Jesselyn.
Jocelyn Blake, Government Relations Manager. I've been with the city for 4 years and this new role for about 6 months. And I echo the internal clarity, but also to what Kim was saying, how we elevate council's goals and priorities kind of at the state and federal and regional levels as well. And recognizing the hierarchy of priorities that you have so that we can really distill and get what you need at those levels.
Edward Kimmy, I've been serving since 22 July. It's been 2.5 years. It was a growing years for me. Get to know councilors, how to city operates, and then getting adjusted to the new system of government. Last night was great. My wife thought I didn't eat dinner when I was eating more, but
We won't tell her, but you might just have to watch.
but today, I like the fact that we have all the department heads and we can clarify and prioritize, and we can all tackle this year. So I'm excited about today.
And Jenny.
Jenny Hariyama, city manager. And I think one of the great takeaways was just this level of empathy for the council that sometimes as a city manager and staff that we forget. They talked about the values that they have to go through when they make decisions. And it was really helpful to reflect and hear the struggles that they have when they're up there having to make some really tough decisions. And the one thing that really stood out to me was they have to ask themselves, what consequence am I agreeing to? And so I would really encourage staff to hold on to that as we talk through some of the issues with them and know that these are the things that they have to consider and trade off when they're making these big decisions. So that was my takeaway to take back to staff as we start developing presentations and our information that we present to you with that care and feeding that you need.
Thank you. All right. Well, with that, I am going to give the clicker to Nancy and this off. Go back in silent mode.
Back to silent mode for Julia. Is that working okay? Sort of? Quiet? Oh, now it's not. Okay. All right. Well, so as we get started, we wanted to do a little activity, particularly for council. We're going to ask you to think ahead a couple of years. What is a headline, if we had newspapers anymore, that you would like to see there? Maybe it's online or some other place, but thinking ahead, a short, crisp headline of something that you're proud of that we've been able to accomplish in the last couple of years. So think about what you'd like to read 2 years from today.
Foreshadowing the headline.
Correct. Did I say back? Sorry about that. Copy's still taking hold. 2 years from now, 2 years forward, what's a headline you'd like to read in the paper? So I'm going to ask members of council to write a headline. Take a minute, jot down your ideas. It doesn't have to be perfect, but we want to get the essence of what you'd like to see. Yes, we do. And I mean, one headline, only one. This is sort of like the hyphen one word thing. Do you want to write it on a post-it? There we go. There we go. You're welcome. There. All right. You can have it. Some people have markers already ready to go.
Your headline.
Ah, perfect.
There you go.
I know. Sure, that's fine. I know. Okay. Yeah.
And it's still capturing here, so.
Mhm. Perfect, okay. Look at Jackson, you can hand him. January 2027, can you imagine? Pretty much. We'll have you read them first, and then we'll take them. I'm gonna have you read them, and then we'll collect them. All right, when you have it, go ahead and just look up so I know that you're ready to go. Right.
I'm not right, I didn't think so.
That's fine. Okay, we're gonna have you read them, Mayor, so that, and then we'll collect them. And we'll post them up. We might write them up on the board here too. All right, Julia's gonna capture the essence of your headlines. Everybody have theirs? Counselor Kimmy, you good to go? Okay. All right, who wants to read the first headline? All right, Mayor, you're on.
Beaverton declared Oregon's most livable city for families and small businesses.
Nice. Hold on, we're gonna do. We will take the stickies after, but I'll just hear them in the room. We can update that then. Okay, okay.
All right, mine is Beaverton solves their budget woes with bold moves to ensure financial stability for the city.
Nice. All right, excellent. Debbie says thank you. All right. Who's next? Okay, we'll just come around the curve here this way.
Well, I didn't cheat, but I said Beaverton achieved budget surplus.
Budget surplus. Oh, that's a one-up right there.
So we've got a finance theme coming. Beaverton secures funding to complete the downtown Loop Streetscape project.
Okay.
Okay, resident feedback shows sentiment for overall quality of life in Beaverton is at an all-time high.
All right, so a little more in line with the mayor's comments. Okay, so we've got a finance theme, got some infrastructure, got some quality of life.
Mine was a double win. Beaverton recognized nationally as the best city to work for and also the best city to live 2 years in a row.
Oh. Little extra punctuation on the end of that. That's great.
Okay, I wrote 2, sorry.
See, always one in every crowd.
You're supposed to cheer. I struggled, but I wrote Beaverton breaks barriers, building community centers to serve communities in partnership with regional organizations. And then I wrote Beaverton champions climate action, leading the way for one of the most livable cities.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so we got a variety of different topics. We started to go down a financial theme and then we came back to the broader view. Thoughts or comments on the headlines? Reaction from staff? Thoughts on those? Okay. All right, well, we'll come around and yes, exactly. Collect them and get them posted. We'll put them up on the wall. This sort of gives us a jumping off point as we start to make our way. What's that? Do you have another one?
Just a thought summarizing some of what we shared.
Please.
I think the financial and budget headlines that we heard are part of the process or working towards the goal that we heard other counselors share. We need to have a really solid budget to be able to be the most livable and workable city.
Well, one of the things we'll want to talk about during our time together, and sorry for the mic here, is the short-term focus, the priorities, and then what are the long-term goals that you're really continuing to strive for, which I think is what you're describing. And so as we make our way through our time together, we'll want to think about both the short-term and the long-term. And I think we've covered both of those in our conversations, headlines.
I was just very tempted to have a headline talk about our brand new tunnel under 217 opening. For those of you who were here last night.
This is another moment of fear tactics. That's the one that slides into the onion, right? Yeah, perfect. Okay. What's that? Oh, like an onion, the onion paper. All right, I'm gonna do a quick. Sorry. All right, it's my the Bolo thing. Oh, good. You're right, it was. Thank you. All right, so we're going to start doing some context setting now. We're going to give Jenny a moment in just a sec, but what I wanted to start off with was we had a chance to have conversations in preparation for our time together. And during those conversations, we asked, what are the things that the city has accomplished that you're proud of? And there were a lot of things that align to the goals you have established, the priorities you're working on. And so we wanted to hit some of those highlights and the things that we heard. Jenny, I'm sure, will provide additional context and background, but I wanted to at least get them into the room and the highlights with those. So let's just take a quick walkthrough with those things we heard. Again, these were the conversations with council, and we'll hear from staff as well. So this was the lead headline, if you will, for a lot of the conversations was the opening of the homeless shelter. Partly it was timing, but also just a big deal, a really big deal, and a lot of pride around that and sense of accomplishment. And so I think that may have been a universal accomplishment that we heard. Also, a lot of work in kind of master planning and really planning for the future, being strategic and thoughtful in the work that you're doing, including, most recently, just last month, last year, last month, with the Cooper Mountain Community Plan, but a number of long-term efforts that have been in pursuit and now can lead into action. And so really spending time on those plans and those efforts came through in our interviews as well. Traffic calming projects, so infrastructure and the investments that you've been making, and this contributes to quality of life and some of the headlines that you were writing in terms of how people are experiencing the day-to-day in Beaverton. So some of the traffic calming projects were also mentioned during our conversations. And then also very importantly, I think particularly we're hearing the headlines this morning and the continued focus on the budget and on the finances and recognizing the importance in order to get to the long-term success that you all want to achieve for the city. It's really, keeping the ship sailing in a sustainable way. I know we'll talk more about that today. I'm sure Jenny will provide additional updates, but the focus on that and the commitment, as hard and as uncomfortable as it might be, was something that also came through in those interviews. So I wanted to just do some broad brush strokes before we turn it over to Jenny. And do you want to come up here, Jenny, to walk through? And she's going to dive in a little bit more on the updates. I can click for you. You are. It's on. Is it on?
Can you hear me? Ah, there we go. All right, great. If we could just move to the next slide, this is representation of your priorities. So everything that I'm going to show you aligns clearly with those 4 priorities up on the screen. There's going to be a lot of data that you're going to get. I'm not going to talk it through. You will get copies of this, but I think it's important that you see just the order of magnitude that's been done. So if we can move to the next slide, I'm going to highlight a few things. I'm going mostly by department. There's a few divisions in here, and I've kind of coupled them together. So the first section is governance, houselessness, and government relations. And so many of you recognize the work that's been done on the governance front. This is with the city manager's office, the city attorney's office with respect to the rules and the update of the code. And that was a significant undertaking both by the subcommittee and staff. And so you will have updated rules coming before you shortly. And those are really kind of your blueprint, right, of how you get things done from the dais and how you work together. And that will also be really critical for your boards and your commissions as we take that information and share it and apply the same expectations. The other is that you all demonstrated a commitment of how you decide to work together as a council with the community and with staff. And that work was also embedded as a part of the council rules. And you've set a really great expectation for your volunteers. And so we're going to also provide that to them as well. The other is that we've done some really great work, as I've mentioned, on the boards and commissions. We just had our commission assessment. So we'll be taking the next year to work through many of the opportunities to have efficiencies, clear expectations, and consolidations where it makes sense. But the most important thing that I want to highlight in this column is not so much, and the great work that we've done on government relations, is probably $15+ million that have been collected, but the issue around the houselessness. And there's a level of detail in here that, and you know, the shelter is a great accomplishment, and we're all incredibly proud of the work that's been done. But what's detailed there is just the amount of work that I just want to give a shout out to the staff, because you have to site the place, you have to acquire the place, you have to have the IGA worked out with the county, you have to actually build it, you have to work with the stakeholders, and the amount of work that this council and the staff put to make that happen and the order of magnitude of impact that had is significant. And that's something that I think you all should be proud of, including the staff that carried this over the goal line. And we had that little hiccup, right, where we thought we were going to get this done a little earlier and align with the school year. And we had some issues with the actual building, but staff was able to get that through and make that deadline in November. So I'm incredibly proud of them for doing that. The other is coupled is the internal services. And so if I use that framing, that's IT, finance, and HR. And those are kind of administrative services. And they all go together because that's the team that makes the resources, the people, and the things happen in the organization. And some of the things that I think are very important for you to understand, I won't get in more of the finance because we have a whole section dedicated to that. But some of the work that has happened really in IT in particular, we did not have an IT department 2 years ago. And now with having Travis here and his team, we have an intentional focus on getting the level of efficiency, using technology so that we can not rely so much on people, but use systems in place. And so there has been a robust effort to be able to use more cloud-based technology to be able to develop. We heard master plans. We have an IT master plan that identifies the software, the hardware, and the systems that we need to be able to do that work. And as it gets tighter and tighter fiscally, we're going to need to make sure that we have more technology available to us. So I really appreciate the work that Travis and his team have done. I think you probably don't have a good context of not having the level of responsiveness that we needed before because we didn't have a designated department. So this has really internally been a really great lift. So thank you for that, Travis. The other is that HR has made an incredible effort on really doing some effort around new employees and orientations, getting them aligned with buddies and things like that. That aligns with your organizational well-being. We've had a number of different programs. So you've probably heard of Embark, which is with our new employees. We have an Embark Phase 2 that's going to be outlined so that it's extended to the broader organization, and then an Empower program for leadership opportunities. We've actually sent over 50 staff to external leadership programs, and that also includes our internal process improvement program as well. So we're continuing to invest and expand. We have Cobb U University, which we're going to try to do a Budget 101 because that is education that's really critical to the organization. So stay tuned for more information on that. The next slide goes through police department. And a couple of things that I just want to highlight here for you is, you know, about the traffic light expansion for speeding and for actually running red lights. So we're in a position now to expand that. You should see something by next fall. And the other piece that is in critical importance is the officer wellness program that the chief has implemented. I think that it takes a heavy toll on the officers on the work that they have to do. And so we have to invest not so much in all of the tools and the equipment that they need, but also in their mental health, because there are fiscal savings and productivity savings associated with that. And so she has streamlined that and embedded in that in every division in her department. So I really want to give her props for that. The other is that this has been a really tough year. And I would also say last year, we've seen some really horrific homicides and other moments of violence, and they have done tremendous amount of casework. And so you probably have heard a recent item that just got resolved in the courts that was in the paper. And then, of course, we had an issue that happened this year. And so just to remind you the level of complexity and the hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours of work where people are not sleeping and they're working to solve the cases as soon as possible and bringing someone in. That's your staff that's doing that. So I just wanted to highlight some of those successes. The greatest one is that also is courts. You know that we are a mentor court. We are 1 in 10 that have been nationally recognized for that, for our treatment program. So you'll hear a little bit more rolled out about that. That's a significant accomplishment that I think that you should be able to share. We'll have people all over the nation come and check out our treatment court and what we do. So props to Judge Britton on that. Community development has been incredibly busy. You've heard about Cooper Mountain and the amount of work that's happened. Those are things that you have had your fingerprints all over, from residential to commercial zoning, the open space, the walkability, making sure that that's what it needs to be, because that's going to house potentially up to 20,000 people in the future. That's 5,000 homes. The other is that housing production. So last year, I talked to you about one of our successes and the number of either sticks in the ground or things that we have built. And that number was around 300. Well, guess what? It's now 432. So that is, again, something very significant that you're a leader in the region for being able to get sticks in the ground. So that's a really exciting accomplishment. And the other one is the business and development. There's some really good data points in there that you should not look over. It's 60,000 worth of square feet for the organic milk exchange project that's on Western. Pacific Northwest Properties investing over 200,000 square feet. Again, you've got people that want to come to Beaverton. I heard a livability theme. It's happening on the workforce side. And then we've got, of course, the investment of $1 billion by Analog Devices in the semiconductor. And that, of course, had great headlines. And so we all celebrated that. The next items that I want to kind of point out to you is a lot of the behind the scenes work on equity, which sometimes you don't hear about. So Kenya's been doing some work on doing a DEI speaker series that hopefully we will hear more about this spring. And that's going to pull together a lot of stakeholders. We've got former members of the Diversity Advisory Board, Police Department, Jewish Federation of Portland, and of course in the library, really working with those stakeholders to get some of our diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging themes out there. The other work that's been happening is making sure to update our language access program, which is ensuring that you have equitable communication across the city. And so that's something that I know is important to council. We have a number of languages that we make sure that this information is available in. So Kenya's been working on that. And the other new one is the accessibility, particularly making sure that we are collaborating with the attorney's office so that we can have accessibility guidelines related to our web content out there so that it's accessible for all. And that's a unique thing that people don't know with our website, of that you want people who are here are seeing impaired, that they can be able to access that, hearing impaired, all of those things. And those are the behind the scenes things in our equity program that sometimes you don't hear about. So I really appreciate how Kenya's moving the needle on those things. One thing I want to point out in engagement that is actually really cool is that we've implemented public input, which is a really great software, and that allows you to basically push out text, surveys, polls, email campaigns. And as we start needing to talk more about our situation from the budget and where we want to be and what our North Star is as a community, these type of tools are going to be really important. And the next slide is Public Works. And there is a tremendous amount of work on natural resources going on in Public Works, particularly the pump station for Sexton Mountain, which is great, and then the inline hydropower. And I'm sure you can hear from Tim more about that. But that is pretty critical because that's what's getting all of the water into the Cooper Mountain Reservoir. And so we'll have a chance to talk to Tim later more about that. The other we've heard about is all of the new water meter activities around the new technology. And that's going to shore up all of our usage and have the accuracy that we need. That's also related to our natural resources. And then the NTLI, which you may not know, is probably one of the largest scale capital projects in the history of the city. And what that will do is that will ensure that we have redundancy and another line to the south line, because the south line is not seismic. And so the north transmission line will not basically go down if we have Cascadia. So we need to have that level of redundancy. But the amount of work that goes into being able to implement that project is significant. It's also going to improve fire flow too as well. And then finally, kind of wrapping up too with the library, there's been a number of things I think Kim and her team have done in terms of making welcoming spaces. They've done a diversity audit, so they've expanded their collections to make sure that they're representing the entire community from a multicultural perspective all the way to other different identities. They've done some signage auditing as well, and so they've been implementing a number of bilingual Spanish text and visual icons too. And the other is that they've done some automated system updates with respect to their meeting room and online booking, making it easier for people to book space. And then finally, as you know, we have brought the building monitor from part-time to full-time. That was a budget action that was directed by the council. So that has also been very helpful for patrons and library staff to ensure some of the safety and just keeping track of what's happening in the building. So I'm going to pause because that was a lot to share with you. And if you have any questions, let me know. But I think we're going to have an opportunity to have staff discuss these with you, because you'll have a little bit of speed dating with the departments, and Nancy will talk more about that. So I'm going to move into fiscal sustainability really quickly. And I do want to just touch on a few things to kind of set the stage, because the work that we did on fiscal sustainability was back in 22. The council developed a budget subcommittee and presented to the council a framework of how we wanted to tackle this beast. And so sometimes we get away from the work that has been done over the past several years. I'm going to my 4th year now, and the council had identified several levers to push. And I wanted to remind you of what we've done so far. And this is a little bit of a case of rolling the ball up the hill, and then sometimes you take 7 steps back because different kind of economic factors get in the way. So if we could move to this slide, this is a timeline slide that I wanted to show you. And in the FSP, and that's the Fiscal Sustainability Plan, there were a number of things that council directed. They included revenue enhancements for property tax. They included fee adjustments. They included specific expenditure reductions, reducing vacancies through attrition or elimination, and getting that number down by, I would say, 40 FTEs roughly over the next 4 years, less than 4 years. And so we're kind of about 2 years into this. So we're halfway through, and I'll get to your numbers in terms of how many reductions we've actually made. And then you also directed a number of studies. And so we've completed several of those. And I have another slide, and I'll talk about what those key milestones are. But I wanted to remind you that back in the spring of 22-23, that's when you took that first step. You took ARPA money and you stabilized our fund balance. It was about $6 million. And then you started to give direction around fee studies that looks at our user fees, looks at our cost of service, and then also our cost allocation. And that work has been since underway and completed. And over the next year, you also took steps to raise the property tax levy to the cap, which generated about $4.5 million. You implemented workforce reductions. Many of those were vacancy eliminations. Some of those were actual positions. And then you funded a number of operational efficiencies, ranging from boards and commissions to IT master plans. And when we move into spring of 24-25, we continued with the vacancy eliminations and position eliminations. And then we funded additional efficiency studies from fleet to court and case flow and case management to the HR assessment, and then also the transportation utility fee discussion, which is coming up shortly actually this year. And so we've completed, actually, our boards and commissions study. We've completed our IT master plan. Now we're probably going to come with you with completion in probably the next 6 months of some of those other efficiency studies. And what's coming up next is that we'll be presenting the master fee schedule to you of our fees. Debbie will walk you through that in a couple of months. And then we'll be presenting some of the findings from the transportation utility fee study. But the key milestones on the next slide, I think, are the ones that you should just hold on to. And I want to just quantify a few things for these. So I did talk to you about how you set the stage and you invested ARPA money in your fund balance, which is your reserves, so that we're maintaining that fund balance of around $10 million. But you also are getting closer to your goal on the FTE reductions. So right now it's about, let's reduce 40 FTEs from the general fund over the next several years. We're about halfway through that goal. I would say the total that we've eliminated of vacant positions, and there are a few actual workforce reductions in there, is 22.46 FTEs. That's roughly about 24 positions. And that equates to about $3.2 million. So I just want you to understand there's been a lot of work that's been done in reducing FTEs and consolidating positions to work smarter. And then, of course, all of the finalization of your assessments that you directed. I think the important thing is that work is being done, the work that you directed is being done, and sometimes in order to take 4 steps forward, you do have to take 2 steps back. So let's look at the forecast, and we'll talk about some of those reasons why it's been so hard to push that kind of big ball up the hill. If you go back and you look at the chart here, and I'm going to orient you really quick, you've got a dark blue line at the top, which is your total expenditures, and then you have an orange line, which is, the dark blue line is revenues, and your orange line is the expenditures. And if you look at the 22 actuals, all the way up till, I think, the actuals of 24, fiscal year 24, you'll see that those lines kind of, that one was on top of each other. So your revenues kind of tend to be a little bit more flat, but you're seeing your expenditures pop up above revenues, which means it's hard to hold the line. But we've continued to do that and been able to balance our budget. But as you look at the out years, it's getting more and more difficult to do that. And when you look at the lines below, that's your fund balance or your reserves. And you can see that we've also, again, held the line really well. And there's a little blip here when you look at your fiscal year 24 actuals, where we had more revenues come in, and those were vacancy savings. It wasn't a surplus. I wish it was like a true surplus, but it was actually vacancy savings because we had a significant number of vacancies outstanding. And this basically shows that if we don't put in structural changes, which means permanent changes, that our reserves are going to go down. And that means that we're going to fall below that yellow line, which is our target. And that's that kind of $10 million amount that we try to hold. And so this just shows you that it's very important that when we have the budget every year, we have to really push for more permanent structural changes, which I know is hard because it's very uncomfortable, because that really means that we're going to have to start looking at programming and services, which translates to people. So this is just to give you a glimmer of what it is uncorrected. If it's corrected, then we're not going to be relying on our reserves so much, and that is what we don't want to do. But it does make the decisions a lot more difficult. If you look at the next slide, these are kind of the 3 key things that are going on and the drivers of costs for budget. Of course, salaries and wages are the number one. So we've seen an increase of around $3 million. A lot of that has to do with cost of living wages for bargaining groups. It also has to do with number of reclassifications. But it also is because our revenues are relatively flat. And if you actually flip back to the chart, look at the revenue line, which is that dark blue line at the top. That's not trajecting upwards. That's actually relatively flat. So if we move forward to the next slide, you'll see that the property tax numbers that I have here are hovering around 2.85. And so that's not a significant amount of growth. And so what we're battling against is growing expenses, but a relatively flat revenue situation. And so that makes it a little tough. And the other is that healthcare and retirement costs have increased tremendously as well. I think I've talked to you a little bit offline where they've projected to jump, I think, PERS by 29% and then your healthcare by 15%. So those are pretty big numbers. I would say your PERS is about $3.5 million increase. And I want to say 1.7 roughly for your healthcare. So again, those are big, large drivers of costs that are making it challenging. So when we do those intentional reductions on the expenditure side, and then we have uncontrollable costs that happen, it's that one step forward, two steps back kind of dance that happens. And finally, if we go to the next slide, I think that we talked about strategy and a strategic plan. I think that this quote is really helpful to hold on to. Strategy is about making choices and trade-offs. It's about deliberately choosing to be different. And being different is like wading into the uncomfortable, which is actually what in the long run will make us better. So I think this kind of dovetails very nicely into some of the interest by the council on wanting to do some strategic planning so that we can continue to evaluate the trade-offs, know what consequences we're wading into, and then ultimately make the right decision for the community. So I'll pause there, and then we can take any questions if you have any.
All right, Mayor? Not so much a question, but as the political leader of this organization that, next to the city manager report was really awesome. And I think when we ask for city manager updates, this is the stuff that we're looking for. However, it's not lost on me that this was presented as, here's all the stuff that staff did in all of these goals, that a lot of these have direct council working in implication. I can point to dozens of these where I personally raised the money to make some of these happen. However, when we went to the finance piece of it, it was you guys cut funding, you directed me to cut 40 positions, you, the council, added these fees. We invited the department heads into this meeting because we're in this together. It can't be that success is owned by the staff and all the cuts are owned by the council. This is part of the problem with the rub of rank and file of this organization, is that they think council is sitting at the dais making arbitrary decisions. We never directed the cut of 40 FTEs. We directed a fiscal sustainability plan that came from the executive. So words matter. And if we're going to move forward today in partnership, we need to radically redefine how we're saying some of these things. Success don't belong to staff and cuts belong to council. So this is the last time I want to say something like this, but it is incredibly important because these successes as staff are possible because of the work that the council has done. And so we share in those, but you share in those too. I am deeply proud of the staff in this organization, but we have to make hard financial decisions. I understand that, but we need our executives to come alongside of us in these hard decisions, or the next year is going to be brutal, not only for the council, but for the staff.
I think that that really speaks to the importance of team, right? Broadly defined team. And there are different roles in the team and on the team, but it's together that you're going to walk the path and be able to celebrate the accomplishments along the way. And you will be able to continue to do that just as you are together coming up with the solutions to address the challenges you face. And so, I mean, I think that, the words do matter, but the definition of all of this is how do we do this together, right? And council is going to have to provide direction and decision-making on tough things, and staff will have to, implement that. But it's really the unified objective of where we want to go that's so critical. So thank you for your comments. Other thoughts or comments? There's a lot. I mean, I think that one of the things to highlight, and I think part of the presentation focus was really to demonstrate the work that's happening daily. I got you on those council priorities.
I mean, this was Jenny and staff. Like, I think we forget the work that we're doing and the things that we approve of. So I really appreciated all the updates, and I think
the financial forecast is helpful, and I deeply appreciate the fiscal sustainability work. I remember some of that, and I think it's important for us to bring it up. I'm really excited for moving us forward. I do, like, one thing that comes to my mind as I was listening to Jenny's presentation is we have a lot of these plans. So we have a Cooper Mountain plan, we have like some of these other plans. And so when we talk about a strategic plan, what does that really mean? And I don't want to move into that discussion today, but I just, like, we have it in my mind. It's here, it's in these plans. I don't know if we just need someone to tie it together and put in a bow, but I just think of like a couple of the things that I heard. And there's the IT strategic plan, there's the boards and commissions. So what does a strategic plan truly look like? I really appreciate the updates and the insight. And I think, I hope that staff knows how much we appreciate the work that you're doing, and council. Like, I'm gonna pat myself on the back. Thanks for joining me.
It's a lot, please.
I think when I hear all the work that's been done and all the work that's coming as a counselor, and I'm thinking about the roles that I am to play, I don't know how to fix some of the issues, right? And is it mine to fix, right? If I'm trying to play at the right level of being a counselor, like, I can help set direction, I can help set the big things. But I'm struggling because, like, every year we're stuck in this cycle with the finances, and it's really helpful to hear, like, hey, here's the expense factors that, like, the organization feels the cuts. Like, we feel them, they're real. And then we're still where we are, because then you've got $5 million in new expenses that we didn't choose those. It's not that we were expanding a program. This is just taking care of our city and our staff, right? So it's something that I struggle with. Like, what is my role in this fixing? Like, I will own whatever choice and whatever direction, and I want to help, but it's that piece of, like, I don't want to dive into the, like, oh, well, I think we should cut XYZ, or, so I think that's something that I'm looking to get out of today too, is to kind of hear a little bit of that, like, staff expertise and guidance to council as well, of, like, how can we show up in partnership? How can we be a strong team player, and also, like, not get into the
weeds.
operations, right? Like, I think that's, like, the part that I'm really struggling with, is, like, what is the balance that council should get involved in? Because there's part of me that wants to be like, all right, let's reimagine all of it. And is that council's job or not? And maybe it is, and we'll talk more about that. But yeah, I think that's what I struggle with, is, like, I'm like, I feel like we're in these elected roles to help with these hard situations, and to make those hard decisions, and to own those hard decisions. And also, how do I fix that? Right?
Right.
And like I said, like, is that my job? And I don't mean it to, like, escape responsibility, but I mean it to, like, I want to be in the role that I'm needed to be in.
Right. Well, and I think that what you're highlighting is that really critical, important part of partnership, right? And understanding the professional input and analysis and recommendations that then can come before council for assessing, right? And making the tough decisions. We had that one graph, you'll recall yesterday, that showed the blurry nature, right, of roles. And this is kind of where some of that is. And it's not a matter of diving in and doing the analysis, but being informed and being able to evaluate the options that are in front of you. Probably none of which you're going to be excited about, but things that you can weigh the value choices. What's the proposition? What are the consequences of this choice versus this choice? And that's the conversation that you're likely to have over the course of the next year to 2 years. Yes.
I was gonna say, well, first of all, it's really helpful as a reminder, and it's no surprise. I mean, we see the staff delivering on those things, so it's a good reminder, and I'll echo everything that was said. So I've been on council for 2.5 years, but for those of you who don't know, I was on budget committee for 3 or 4 years before that. So, I feel like I've done this a lot longer than it feels like sometimes. But one of the things that's interesting to me is in my day role, I'm a people manager. I have a lot of people that report to me, and then a lot of people that report to those folks. I'm responsible for a lot of people. And it feels like we've been in crisis mode for the last 3 or 4 years. And I know personally how that affects culture, how it affects all of the work that is happening is under a cloud. And I think my takeaway is like, I think to Councilor Hartmeyer Prigg's point, I want to be part of the solution, but we've got to find a solution. And in my mind, we've got to find it quickly because there is a cost to this uncertainty. And there's a cost to these clouds that have been hanging over us for multiple years now. And I don't think any of us ran for office to close the library a couple days at Murray Shoals or things like that. These are decisions we've made, in my mind, in support of the budget, in support of the staff, and in a weird way, right? Like that's not a statement I would have made 2 years ago or 3 years ago, but it is, right? We're trying to stabilize this. But in my mind, we've got to get out of this crisis mode, whatever it takes, whether we rip the Band-Aid off, but we cannot continue on this from a culture standpoint, from a resident standpoint. Like I still get questions about budget decisions that were made a couple of years ago that we're seeing the impact of those right now all the time, right? And I actually have to think about it. I'm like, oh, when did that happen? But it's just something I think we need to, as a council, and again, to Councilor Hartmeyer Prigg's point, we need to know how we can fix this right away. And in my mind, like that's the 99% focus for me today.
Yeah. Well, and yesterday when we were talking about expectations from staff, certainty was one of those themes that kind of came through, which is exactly what you're describing. And the lack of certainty and what's next, I don't know, is really difficult and takes a toll. You had a comment.
This is okay.
Yeah.
One of the things that I think is a blessing for us is we are mandated by the statewide constitution to balance our budget. That there's nothing about that is wiggly. It has to be done. And reflecting over the last couple of budget cycles, to me, it was finding efficiency, looking at those 3 to 5 to 7% reductions, trying to do it as equitably, but also logically and pragmatically as possible across different departments. And I think the thing that's got me girding my loins a little bit for the year to come is now it feels like we might be getting to a place where we're hitting bone in certain areas. It's very, very painful. And I think something I'm picking up on is there's a natural aversion to being the unpopular person in the room or walking into a room and having people give you a little bit of the stink eye or it's like the economists I know talk about how they often feel like the skunk at the picnic coming in and saying the hard thing, but it's the real thing. I also heard once, don't decorate the house if it's on fire. And so I've been in a real austerity mindset coming out of the pandemic from the family level and my own budget and my own household on outward is where everyone is having to make different choices with how they're spending their limited and finite resources, including us. And what I see is the challenge ahead is that at certain turns, and this is true for every single person in this room, you're going to be the unpopular person in some rooms that you walk into with some staff that you work with or that work within your department. For council, it's people coming into this room and looking at us and saying the choice that you're making right now is directly negatively affecting me. And that's a burden that we all bear together. And I think going into it with our eyes open and knowing that it's not going to be easy is going to be one of the things that we have to wrap our arms around that, and if not embrace it, at least reconcile that it's a reality. And especially as it relates to looking at the second to last slide here, just healthcare and retirement alone, the numbers here are staggering, and there's not a whole lot that we can do about that.
That's a baseline, right? It's a baseline. No, that's right. Well, it is going to be hard. And I think, when we were together last night, we were talking some of the roles that council performs. And so with empathy and with compassion, You're going to have to put on some of the roles around being a trustee, around being strategic and thinking ahead and not getting stuck in the immediacy in order to right the ship. And so really leaning into some of those roles, oversight as well, all of those critical council roles, policymaking roles, are where you're going to have to spend some more time, it seems, in order to be able to pull the Band-Aid off and actually make the direction shift. Other thoughts or comments? Yes.
I was going to mention the roles a little bit as well.
Good.
I think when I started in this role on council, I was much more of that representative and advocate. And that's also been traditionally the type of leadership role I've provided in a lot of my professional work as well. But I think especially over the past year, I've become much more of that trustee of the organization and of the decisions that we make as an organization and as a team, because I think it's been what the city has needed of me. And I think it's what we need to lean into a little bit more. Jenny shared a lot of the work that the city's done over the past year, and it's really incredible. I think it's easy to lose track of all the good work that we do when we are in budget season, especially, and people just see the cuts that we're making. And they want to see more climate action or more transportation improvements or more whatever their issue is. They want to see more of it. And we are doing a lot of good work. We just need to celebrate that and then see where we can grow and adapt in the future. And then Councilors Hartmeyer-Prigg and Tivnan mentioned a little bit of our own restraints that we're working in and how do we find our role as leadership. And the constraint that was coming up in my mind was the restriction on our own property tax increases. And so our rate can only increase by 3% each year. And so we're continually facing costs that are higher than that. And so the real question is, like, this is a state issue. I'm a local leader. So what sort of advocacy can we do? And how can we be a partner in changing policy at the state level? And that's really, really tough. Our hands are tied a lot of times. So we'll make the changes we can make locally, but what other steps can we be taking?
Well, it goes back to the norm we set for our space here together about being bold, right? And thinking big in terms of how to resolve the problem. Just at the margins, at the corners isn't going to get you there. Mayor?
One last kind of thought on our successes, because I would argue we're outpacing our peers in a lot of our successes. And I'm in a lot of rooms talking about what, Beaverton has some magic sauce. But to Councilor Teeter's point, like we're facing, and it's not like a state issue, it's a constitution issue, which is actually much harder because it's not like we can build advocacy at the state legislature and change this. This is a vote of the people, which likely not going to happen. The other mechanisms that we're going to have to pull around, like levies or bonds and getting stuff done and accomplished, is going to be directly tied to our ability to tell our stories of success. And I've said this a lot, and particularly the last 6 months. We were once an organization that was great at storytelling. I've been around long enough to remember. I know where the receipts are holding. We've gone away from that. And I think it was largely COVID-based that we kind of just like dug in on things. But for the council to lead in this next era, because we can't lead just through cuts. We're going to have to make cuts. That's very obvious. Like, and if you are in this organization and don't think cuts are coming, you're not paying attention. But it's not that the council wants to do it. We're going to execute everything we can do. But the people that lead a bond, the people that lead the ability to ask our community for money are elected officials. We need our staff to start telling stories better. And this information is great. And I'm the chief storyteller. I do a lot of this too. But we have other mechanisms like PIOs and other people that we need a better. And to Councilor Hassan's point, we do have a lot of plans, but when you look at these are values. This is not a strategic plan. This is values the council is setting out. We do not have one guiding document where everything is being pulled together and saying this is the direction we're going. In that needs to be communication. Because if we're going to convince our neighbors to give us 20 more cents per thousand or whatever it is we're going to have to ask for, I need to say that we've invested in the North Transmission Line. And you're not going to think about that now. But if your house is burning to the ground, having redundancy water backup for emergency services, incredibly important. You want your police department to continue to investigate murders? Well, I hope there's less murders, but we need the staff to do it. All of these things are going to require, like, we're doing these things. So the one thing I'd like the council to think about through the next day is like, yes, we have these goals going forward, but how are we telling the story of where we've been? That is so, I cannot, as somebody that has run for election multiple times, that's worked on many, many bonds and levies, I would have a hard time articulating this, and I work in the building 24/7. So let's think about how we're going to start telling these stories, and what role does council play? Each of us have connections to our different communities, different social media. Like, how are we collectively going to start telling these stories, and how do we start making sure that our community knows the successes we're doing?
Right, and it's not just the story about the hardship that you're going to have to walk through, but all of the things you've been able to accomplish and what residents are paying for in terms of the services and quality of life, right? Yeah, Councilor Kimmy.
Yeah, so I do appreciate this small font.
So
I
we
had
get your
to-
handouts.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I had to
Jack,
change
I
my
can
glasses
read yours
because, but I do want to reemphasize what Mayor has just said, that while we're making our budget balanced, which requires a lot of hard decisions, but it also requires a lot of public engagement, where I know that staff, that's more funding, but it's important that we have to celebrate our successes and also engage the public, but we have to meet people where they are. And I like to see robust engagement where we can be out there. Because one thing I see right now, it's not so much, it's more like a passive, but I like to hear more about what we can do to engage the public. What are the things that we can get our news out there? And we're doing great things, and because of it, we have to make these choices. I think it's critical and important for next 2 years.
Sure, well, and with a strategic plan and understanding, what the community cares about, it helps when you're trying to right size or adjust service levels or the programs you're providing. What are really the essence of what people most need and expect? Some things they don't know. That's the communication piece. The infrastructure, the things under the ground aren't on people's radar. But that's why in a strategic planning process, in any of these sorts of activities, including a part of the engagement with staff, right? Understanding from that perspective as well as the community's perspective can really balance the value and help with the communicating, the messaging. So, all right, any other thoughts or comments? It is a lot. It's a lot that you've got going on. We talked yesterday about the iceberg, right? So much of this is happening below the waterline. And I think to the mayor's point, it's how do you share and communicate all of that amazing work that happens every day to a broader audience. And so there's a recognition of that. All right, any other comments or even questions? We're going to have some additional time for some one-on-one. We're going to do some speed dating, as Jenny mentioned, that will allow for additional learning, questions, follow-up. But I think let's take a quick break. So it's 10 o'clock. Let's just take, is 10 minutes enough? We want to take 15 minutes? How are we doing? 10? All right, 10 minutes. So 10 after, we'll come back and we'll introduce the idea of speed dating here in Beaverton. water, grab your coffee, grab your seat. We will begin again.
I've been told that fun is over, so back to your seats.
Different type of fun, Mayor. We have the socializing fun and then we have the group fun. I'm gonna start calling people out.
What
Andy,
what I
Jenny?
do, Nancy, is I just start talking as if the meeting has started,
Good
and
idea.
the people just kind of realize that, hey, I better sit down, or I think I might be missing something, because gosh, the facilitators are talking. Should we be paying attention?
I don't think
Is
so.
it 2 minutes after the time
It
of the
might
break
be.
that you gave them?
And I know that they're very interested in
I
talking
know,
with
they,
each other.
they
We're gonna have
definitely
a
want to,
chance for that
especially when
too.
it's just staff talking to one another. That's when it's like, really? Council's
Exactly.
behaving?
See,
Whoops.
Council's on deck.
Magic, they're all back.
Woohoo!
All right. So,
Oops, yeah, there it is.
public humiliation begins. I know this is my biggest fear right here. So I want to kind of come back to where the debrief of the presentation began. I appreciated the mayor was willing to be bold and kind of put out there a sense of a dynamic that she's concerned about. And I think when, we're about to talk about speed dating. It's not actual speed dating, don't worry. But relationship is implied. Yesterday, when we started the meeting, we asked for the folks that were here yesterday to begin with a word that from their mind kind of would crystallize or sum up effective council staff teams. And they said things like communication, mutual respect and collaboration, harmonious, vision, tension, love, trust, and role understanding. And the word tension was meant in a healthy way. And there's tension in the roles. Like there's a tension that exists between the staff's role and the council's role. And to be effective and accomplish the bold ideas that you have for this community, there has to be trust. And there needs to be a sense of collaboration. And so the mayor heard the presentation in a way that very much she heard a fracture. The staff got all this stuff done despite the council, I'm paraphrasing, despite the council cutting our budgets, if you will. That was the sentiment that she experienced. And I agree, words matter. I also think intentions are important. And so I wanted to put Jenny on the spot. Look, your microphone's already green. It's good. And give you, but I wanted you to have an opportunity to talk about kind of role, team, intention as you set up today's presentation, and then allow the other council members to talk about how they experienced hearing your remarks this morning before we start dating. Okay? Jenny.
So the presentation was formulated on a number of pieces of feedback. One, I think that council with their day-to-day lives are really busy, and sometimes it's important for them to hear some of the work that staff is doing because we don't have this time together, this intentional time. So taking advantage of that. There's also an intensity around the workforce and the limited resources that we have, and everyone collectively understands that it is what it is. There's no blame or anything. They have actually, staff made these recommendations on the budget to the council to grapple with and to make choices. So staff has actually owned the limited resources, and there's no bother there. But it is important that the organization also recognizes sometimes the work that they do because they lose sight of that they're making great progress. And then another context piece for this was I've had counselors really go, why do we continue to be in this problem? I don't understand why we're not moving the needle. And so it was very important for them to recognize that they have done some great policy work about what are the levers that need to get pulled and that we're actually collectively pulling them. And that many of these things were written down, but they don't always get in front of them. So it was a really great reminder of how that we have moved the needle together, and there was no intent that one person did more than the other. This is a collective effort reflective of what Julia pointed out there on how we want to work together. So much of this was in response to what I was hearing from council individually, and what sometimes the organization also needs to be reminded of, that we are making incremental progress, although sometimes the environment may make it look like something else.
So I just want to check in then with council and this sense of us and them versus we, because this today needs to be about we. I mean, we worked on we yesterday, how you all want to work together, and the relationship that you all have with the executive team is critical to the bridge building. We talked, yesterday, that concept of disruption is natural. It's going to happen, but reconciliation is intentional. And so if there's a fracture that creates a gap, that widens a gap that already exists, I think we need to be intentional about bridging it and understanding. So reflections from the council. Yep, Allison, thank you.
I couldn't help but think about, this is gonna sound weird, but my dog Charlie, he's a Labrador golden retriever, loves attention. We do talk about like filling up your cup. Whether your cup is full or it's empty. His is like a colander. So you could sit there and do nothing but pay attention to him and pet him and the cat walks by, you pet the cat once and he's in the corner like yowling, like, what about me? What about me? And I feel like it depends on where you're at in your life. It depends on where you're at in your personal circumstances, your own emotional state of how large or small your cup is, and does it have a bunch of holes poked in it or not? And I feel like all of us have been in a pretty fatigued state for a lot of different reasons. And those words of affirmation, your point, words matter. It's this idea of mutual respect, admiration, appreciation for each other's hard work, acknowledging that it is hard, but that can we get to a place where we acknowledge that everyone is working hard, and we acknowledge that the work itself is hard, and that everyone has positive intentions, and how long can that hold before we have to reaffirm it over and over again? So one of the things that I routinely do, I see it from the dais, I see it in boards and commissions meetings and in other ways of the acknowledgement of, I want to thank you for pulling this presentation together. Thank you for the hard work that you did. We appreciate the resources you brought to bear, the decision making. There is an emphasis put on that, but to what extent and when do we then say, okay, everyone is in agreement, we've got a sense of mutual appreciation and respect, and now let's do this hard work together. So I think that there is a little bit of that in terms of a disconnect of, do you really believe that I have positive intentions and that I'm doing the best that I can do? And vice versa. So just for me to take a moment, I appreciate every single person in this room is doing the best that they can with the resources that they have, the time that they've got, and the other constraints that they have on their time. I think establishing that vibe in this room today is probably going to be really important, that we don't feel like there's any misgivings or resentments that build up.
I didn't, in listening to Jenny, I have a sense of intention. And sometimes, the best intentions just don't land the way we hoped they would. And so part of what we do need to be able to do is give feedback when something doesn't land right, and do that in a way that it continues to bring the group together. Nadia, turn your light on.
Yeah, I think words matter. I think of what Ashley was saying about what is ours to fix. And do we reimagine, because I think that's where my attention is. I appreciate all the work that everyone does. I think we're all showing up with the most positive intent when it comes to a budget or a cut or a policy decision. at some point, there are things we're always choosing to fund over not fund, and those are policy decisions. And so, like, what is that role for us in fixing it when, you know, I would say for the last 4 years, a lot of it's been like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Okay, we made it, we made it. And so is there a refresh moment to say, okay, what's like, do we need to take stock of what we have and say, yes, we, in consensus want all of this to continue? Or I think that those hard conversations like have to continue this year in order for us to move forward. And where is it for us to fix? For me, I'm like, yeah, let's kind of start from scratch. But, I don't know that that's where everyone's at and what that feels like for everybody.
Yeah, sorry, Jesse, I'm gonna do my microphone. Full transparency, I'm an internal processor, so I'm still, and I will likely think about this conversation for many days now, but at least I wanted to share with you guys some kind of high level framework that I'm thinking about this conversation. At least the considerations. Number one, we are not in the operations world by design, this role, right? So what I'm thinking about is like, yes, there's this list of really cool things that happen. How does that reflect on the capacity for transformation and projects versus day-to-day operations? Was that a good year? Was it a bad year? I don't know. Like, I don't have that operations expertise to know whether this is replicatable every year, or this was an exceptional year, or maybe this was a bad year. I don't know. And so that's kind of one thing I'm thinking about. Like when we talk about projects, from a how much of the capacity is reserved for day-to-day keeping the lights on versus operation or projects and transformation. Second one, I think there's a natural tension between the roles of the city councilor or the board of directors, if you will, and the operation side, right? Like, I think about it in terms of I'm best when I'm representing the voters or the residents, right? That is the one central role that I have to always think about. But I also think about operations who serve those people, right? We have different perspectives on the same goals, and they're incredibly important. And I don't want to devalue either of those. And sometimes I felt like my role has been devalued a little bit. And I think I'll have left a meeting and I'm like, I hope I didn't devalue that, that person's role, because there is a balance there. And I think it's really important for us to continually think about and to get better at. And then the final thing I'll say, this both surprising for me, but also incredibly obvious, is none of us get a vote on things that we want to, right? Never once, I get to deal with the issues that are in front of me. And I think about candidate John versus Counselor John are incredibly different people because of that. And I try and think about things on a level, and through things like storytelling and just like, how do I tell voters and residents and things like that about that specific thing? Because it's so obvious. You say it and you're like, yeah, of course. But it's also not obvious on the same level, right? Like, I don't get to do all the things I talked about in my campaign that I told voters, but how can I move the needle on those things while respecting staff capacity and our budget realities and all these things? So those are just the kind of frameworks that I'm thinking about.
That's very helpful. I love that question of is anything I'm going to do devaluing the role of someone else? Like that's a great mindset. And it's kind of like, Jenny, your takeaway from yesterday was about remembering that the council's job is hard because yes, they're making a decision about what to do. They are also deciding which consequences everyone has to live with. And so in that, and as you all make recommendations, that acknowledgement, a piece I think can be one of these bridge building tools that helps reconcile and repair the fracture or the concern between the administrative organization and the elected body as you all work together. Anything else on this? We read, yeah, Mayor.
Say one thing, like I don't think it's intentional. Like, right? Like I don't think someone, yeah.
You say that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think it was like, in my pointing it out, it's not intentional, but
Yeah.
like I am the elected person that is in the building every day. I have the most, as a full-time mayor, the most interaction with staff. So I hear so much more than the rest of the council does. So I hear other levels of staff that call me all the time to tell me about vibes that are going on in the building. I do know this is an issue within the organization, that it feels like council is making we're just making these hard decisions in a vacuum. Our organization deserves to know that we're in this together. We are making decisions based off of recommendations from staff. Like I don't sit up at night and be like, well, let me give suggestions on how to cut 12 million. I'm an idea factory, like it happens, but we have to, for the sake of our community and the sake of our staff, make sure that we're presenting and there are times where there's tension. I think tension's not bad. I think we recently went through a budget issue where the council was really firm and it was against the staff recommendation. I mean, that doesn't happen all the time. That is a rarity. But we collectively have to do better with language, because as the mayor, I own every failure as well as the successes. And oftentimes the failure is not driven by the council. That's the tension of the role. I get that piece of it, but we have to start sharpening our language together. And council's not immune to this. We individually sometimes be like, I don't agree with the council's decision. Our council rules are putting us in a position now where we're collectively making decisions to the trustee role that Kevin has mentioned in his iteration of becoming a counselor. All of the council has gone through that. You become elected often because you're an advocate or you're out in the community doing that kind of work. And when you come here, you go from the single point of I'm the opposition person to having to own decisions I didn't make. It's the same with the executive team. I recognize you're implementing decisions that we're making, but we're doing it off of your recommendation. So joint success and joint failure is going to be important going forward. It's not an us versus them aspect. And I've been through a strong mayor. I've been through this kind of stuff. There's never been this kind of us versus them mentality until we changed to a city manager. And I get the roles are different, but the organization used to serve the goals of the council. And sometimes it doesn't feel that way. Sometimes it feels like our roles are devalued and that we're just making decisions from the dais about what's in front of us. We're going to have to convince voters not just to reelect ourselves, but the decisions we're making around the budget are going to be intense. And so there has to be this we're in it together mentality. Our staff need it, but also the council's job is we are the community's representation in the building. So sometimes we get a lot of confusion around like, we need to worry about staff morale. We need to worry about these things. Like, do we? Is that the piece of this government we should be doing? Or should we be asking the hard questions from the dais because that's what our neighbor, our mom, our sister, our community member would want us to do? If I have these questions, I'm sure our community members do too. And so that's the struggle piece that I've had to like go through as like, the mayor here is like, I am the community's representation. If I'm not asking the question, then who is? And so I think those things are kind of like and I don't think it was intentional. I don't think Jenny thinks the staff is wonderful and the council's making hard decisions, but collectively, the language we have to own together.
Yeah, owning that. And I think, part of the message, at least that I hear, is a concern that, even if this room is here, believing we're in it together and trying to achieve these things, that's part of the messaging for the organization. And so, kind of remembering that is very important. There is sometimes power in dissent, and creating dissent. It gives people power. And so how do we navigate that together, given the complexity of things? So I appreciate you taking the time to have the conversation. I didn't want to just pretend like everything was great and let's do speed dating, but now I feel like is a really good time for that. So
Speed dating.
are you ready?
yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Also, I just put in the room kind of the need to be one team, and that's what we're going to talk about now. Is the time to engage with each other and ask questions and share, and so that everybody feels an opportunity to be informed and on the same page. And so we're going to switch over to our. Oh, I have the clicker. All right. What do we mean by speed dating? Everybody knows what speed dating is generally, right? This is not that, but the premise is along those lines. So you can see we have 7 tables that we have set out, which aligns to the number of elected officials we have in the room. And so what we're going to do is allow some time and space at each table to ask questions. So the department heads that are here, the executives that can provide a little bit of context and update on the key drivers, some of the accomplishments that have been pursued through the course of last year, and provide some direction. And then it's really an opportunity for each of our elected officials to ask questions and to engage. We're going to take 10 minutes for each table. So for example, you'll have a conversation for 10 minutes, right? And then we will say next, and you'll rotate. And so, was that? Right, and then counselors, exactly. The counselors will stand up and just kind of rotate around this way until we come back full circle. So that way you have a chance to engage with everybody throughout our time on this activity. Does that make sense?
With the staff to sit together, like you'd mentioned, that kind of internal services group. So should IT, finance, HR be at a table, public safety? How do you want to do it? Or is it just, 52 card pickup and let's just go?
I actually think you can do it with how you have it set up now.
Yeah.
That's what I call magic.
Magic in the room. Okay. So it's 10:30-ish. We'll call it 10:30. So we're going to go till 10:40. And you'll have to listen because it's going to be buzz in the room, lots of chatter, I'm sure. But at 10 minutes, we're going to ask you to rotate. So, introduce yourselves if you don't already know each other well, have some conversation, but really use this as an opportunity to follow up, things you are particularly curious about, want to learn more about as we go forward. All right?
Let me say, just to give the council, you at the end of this, after we've gone through everything, we're going to ask you to share your insights. Kind of what's your ahas, what's your takeaway from what you learned in these very quick conversations with your executive team. So that's your task. I've set a timer actually, so it'll go off and I'll give a 1-minute warning.
Yep. All right. Ready, go. That's what I was going to do too.
Pardon me?
Time to change.
Right, we need counselors to stand up, Mayor, and we're gonna rotate to the right.
All right. Clockwise. Yeah.
All right. All right, I'm gonna move up here.
Avoid that.
We're too enticing.
I know, everybody's too enticing. The conversations are rich.
Timer is started for the next round.
All right, don't miss your opportunity. Oh, you're stuck. You're not gonna leave. There we go.
Time flies when you're having fun. Council, stand and move to the next table, because what's going to happen is the timer is going to start and your time will get shorter and shorter. So I hope you enjoy your next conversation as much as this one. Go.
Not just, not just. Yep, yep, yep. Well, and I hear every now and then, like, recognition and acknowledgement, but it's still hard. But those words were. Yeah, for sure. Well, it's good, because I think that, like, I've been in those situations where I can. Because I knew this, I was like, that was just like, big time. Right. That's how I can get it into my brain, so that. Well, I mean, honestly, that's like. Oh, exactly. Well, that's how I can pick those things up and take them into the future, so.
Ding, 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 ding.
Comes
Move it
fast,
along.
fast and furious. Time to wrap up the conversation, move to the next.
I'll hit start and it's going to seem like even shorter the next time.
Okay, if you guys want the full time with the next table, we move to the right.
Moving, moving, moving.
This is the speed part of the speed
Yes.
dating.
That's right. I think they want to make a connection. They don't want to move on.
Quite clearly.
Clearly.
Yeah.
All right. I'm starting the timer. Go.
All right. Margaritas, they are making matches. All right. Rotating. I know. Exactly. Oh, look at this. Nadia, there's a seat available for you.
Right, you've got 3 more sessions left. That's the happy tune. Encouraging you to move along. Before I hit start on my timer again.
Here we are, moving around.
Why do you think they don't want to move on?
Lots of connections happening.
They can't make up their mind.
Exactly.
Yeah, let me know.
There you go, follow-up connection. All right, time's a ticking. All right. I know, every time, I know. I get you. All right.
On it. Okay, let's go ahead and make the shift. You've got 2 stations left, 2 more opportunities to make a match. And I'll hit start. Go, go, go. Just push her out of the chair. That's fine. Just move them along. All right, I'm hitting start. This is it. One more chance to make a match here during the Beaverton City Council retreat. Your last 8 minutes of speed dating is about to begin.
All right. Just
Wanna shake
hover,
her chair?
just hover,
You wanna shake
yeah.
her chair?
No,
You go shake the
you-
mayor's chair.
you just hover, it's okay, it'll work. Look at me, I'm moving right along. You are moving, actually, that was really quick. Good job. I know. What are you missing? Oh.
You got it?
Guys, you heard that. That was the final chime. Final chime. Make it back to your home base. Wind up your conversations. All right. So you know, lunch has been delivered. So as you make your way back to your seats, and ahead of most, for the record. Okay, I know, you're gonna have to just like, it's a chain reaction here. All right, you guys. Do, 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 do. Okay. Now that you're already almost back to your seats, we're interested in hearing your learnings and your matches, what took place. But question for the group, lunch is here. And so we can take a break and get lunch and then come back and kind of share takeaways over lunch, or we can do the takeaways first and then have a full solid break. What is the sentiment of the room? Takeaways first, is everybody comfortable with that? And then we will, it's not gonna get cold. I mean, is there hot or whatever? Should be, okay, so we'll do takeaways first. So I wanna hear, you know, what surprised you, what learnings you did, if you made a match in your adventures around the room. So who'd like to get us started in sharing some of your takeaways? This is what happens when lunch is just waiting. Okay, here we go, Nadia. Maybe.
And no surprise here. I just think back of the conversation that we had before, right? That, you know, like that we all believe that we are trying to do our best with the resources that we have. And in the individual conversations, I felt all of us in this room, in the different ways that we're showing up, truly want to see the best for this community, the best for this city, and that we continue to want to move in that and start having conversations about, okay, how's this going, or what's happening here, and what is that going to look like? So I just feel more thankful for the work that everyone in this room is doing in terms of all of us being here and showing up, and for the work that we're trying to do. I think we will still have to continue to have hard conversations and figure out how we move forward on some big decisions that we're going to have to make throughout the year. But I feel really thankful for everyone here.
That's great. So really the one team, we're moving a ship together. Great. Who else? Yeah. Okay.
I will not enough time, which is fascinating because it felt like it just was like we sat down and it was time to move on. I tried to really think about like the budget as I'm hearing from staff and, you know, really encouraging staff, like, while we may have to talk about certain budget scenarios, there's also a bit of like, we need to have the like, what does staff need conversation for the budget. I think it will help with that larger reimagining. It'll help with that larger conversation around the hard decisions, you know, because we need to see in front of us what makes the city work. You know, I was saying to Tim that I don't notice our roads in Beaverton until they're not.
Right, until they're bumpy.
Until they're bumpy. And then you start noticing them. And so there's like a lot of that, right? That our city is working really well almost when you don't notice it. And, you know, and so there's what does each of our department heads need to really run the city in that kind of unnoticeable way, which is like, I mean that in like the most caringest way, right?
That's
Of
right.
like,
Yeah.
how do you operate well? So that was something though that like you just through every conversation, there's a lot of unmet need.
Yeah. Well, and your comments yesterday too around consequences, right? And this is the consequence conversation, right? If we make this choice, then what is the pivot on the other side, and what are the impacts there? Okay, good. Yeah, John. I think that's me, sorry.
Oh, Sarah.
I won't move.
Okay. I was just gonna say, we don't get these moments very often, and that's by design, and that's a good thing. I think it's certainly a cost to that, but, so instead of just listening to the accomplishments, which were important, I tried to focus my time and my questions, on intent, right? Not just thinking about things as transactional, like, oh, you guys do this thing and that thing and these 5 things for us this year. Like that doesn't feel very fulfilling to me. But also just as important to me is sharing my intent as a counselor. I don't often get to do that, or I get like a minute on the dais when we're talking about one thing. And so, it kind of opened my eyes that, like, rather than transactional discussions around specific policies, I would like more relationship time with the department leads to focus on intent and like getting to know them as human beings. I really appreciated that today.
In both directions,
Yeah,
right? Both
For
directions.
sure.
Any specific intentions that really stood out to you?
We're working really hard on a tunnel underneath 217.
All roads lead to the tunnel.
Always. No, I mean, it's really easy to think of people through the lens of what they do for you or accomplish. And I'm trying really hard to break out of that. Like, you're not just the public works guy or the IT person or first and foremost, you're a human being and you have the same wants and the same needs as all of us. And just trying to think about things as like, yes, you're this person, but you're also more than that. And you have different experiences and different depths to your personality and different needs and different worries and stuff like that. And just trying to keep it all in perspective. So, yeah.
Well, the humanness, but also everybody in this room has selected public service, right? As a part of your hardwiring who you are. And that's part of the depth that's underneath this. It's not just the paving the roads or getting them paved, but the why. I like that. It's great. Other takeaways? Yeah.
Okay, there was an overall sense of, we've been in this period of contraction for a while, it's continuing, and this idea of doing more with less. And also, working with less people, but with better systems that can support the work they're doing, while recognizing that in certain areas, we simply are understaffed or under-resourced for the amount of work that needs to be done. The other thing I heard that really stuck with me, I think it always will, is this idea of things changing and evolving, the idea of the mission or the purpose behind the roles themselves, and that there's a grief of a sense of loss that can come with that, and that it's probably happening across the entire organization is beyond just morale, just a sense of identity within everyone's individual roles, and as that role as it relates to the whole of the organization. So the sense of not just the folks in this room and how they're managing and leading their teams, but their supervisors, and are they equipped to manage and lead the staff that they've got? And I heard a lot around strategic planning, around sentiment surveys, of really trying to get a finger on the pulse of how the staff are doing across the organization. But that was a golden thread across every conversation I had, is just caring for the folks that we've got, making sure that they're equipped to do the job that they've got, training them, and then also pivoting into perhaps new purposes or new focuses for their roles.
That was going to be my follow-up question around mission and a grief and loss of mission, which is an interesting comment, I think. And I'm wondering if that is a shift in not being able to fulfill what what is intended, or believed to be tradition in a specific area, or so is it that gap in capacity, or is it that something seismic has changed in terms of the focus? And that's an interesting area to explore potentially. Okay, other takeaways? Yeah.
There's a lot of talk about internal improvements that each of these teams are making, the department directors are making. And I'm looking here at the public service values that we talked through yesterday. And so much of it is falling within the efficiency and professionalism value. And that doesn't mean we're not focused also on representation or equity or justice. I just feel like we have to focus on efficiency and effectiveness and professionalism to have a good foundation so that we can do good externally facing work. That's why we're looking for ways that we can streamline processes or do more with less. Because if it goes back to the budget challenges too, like if we don't get our foundation settled, then none of the external work will be able to move forward the way we want it to. So we talked a lot about what kind of support staff need through those transitions and how we can just set a better base for ourselves and for our
Well,
city.
and how you spend, in different points of time, different values are needed, right? And so what I'm hearing you say is that in this point of time, the focus on professionalism and efficiency, it elevates a little bit relative to the others, given the circumstances. That'll shift again over time, no doubt. Okay.
One takeaway personally for me is I need to show up more for the staff. I know we are bombarded with the Beaverton Chamber all the time to show up and cut the ribbons. But then I would love to get more invitation from the staff and director that for their gathering or their meeting. I love to show and give support. That's something that I wasn't thinking before. Because as you know, this is like after work part-time. But then as being a counselor, it comes the responsibility to take care of our staff. So personally, I don't mind getting an email invitation, but don't expect me to show up all the time, but I'll try my best. So that's a takeaway for me.
It's like the commitment to the organization and how to show up for that. That's great. Any other comments, Mayor?
Well, I didn't have my hand raised, but
I know.
I'd like me to.
Well, I think I got around everybody else, and so I'm giving you. the opportunity. Exactly.
It's my turn.
You can
Thank
say
you.
pass.
No, I mean, I didn't hear anything shocking. I mean, what's interesting about working in the building is that people corner me all the time to do exactly what we just did. Oftentimes it's in the bathroom or in the elevator, but I hear a lot from staff, and I think nothing is shocking to me, but the theme that was important to me through every conversation is technology. Not that I think technology is going to solve all of our problems, but it's a tool that we've significantly underinvested in our city for a long time. Constituent tracking software, communication, like we become an organization that talks to itself, which most big companies do. They talk to themselves and not externally. But just, I had a list that in my one-on-one with Jenny yesterday, I didn't get to because just so much to talk about, but I had like 10 things that the council has asked for follow-up on. And it would be great if the city manager could just look in software and be like, this is where it is. But she has to have the ACM, call the department head, to call the staff person, and now we've interrupted 6 people's worth of work to get this answer. And not that our intent of asking is always like, you need to solve it tomorrow, but we just want to know where it is. Where is the hiring of this person? Where is, this kind of stuff? So as we're thinking about levies, as we're thinking about moving forward, how are we investing in technology to help us do this work? Because what's so important to the council is often constituent base. And that's the piece that is like the most time consuming of any staff of any division. I mean, so we had a lot of conversations, even talking to the library about like, hey, I need this information. And she's like, I don't think the technology can give you the answer you need. So every division has this kind of issue. So how are we looking at technology through everyone's work?
Great. I'm thinking about how it can really elevate the conversations, it sounds like too. Okay. Any other takeaways? What about from the department leads? Anything that you want to share or takeaways from this activity?
It was really, for me, refreshing to have each person, council and mayor, to visit with us. And I felt that each person that came to this table was listening. And that was, it's about relationships. And I think that's important. It helped me also become more empathetic, because there's stuff that happens up in the head, but when it transfers down into the soul and the heart, that's through the personal contact. That's why we're here today in person and not virtual, right?
Personal connection, so important for really truly understanding where people are and what you're working through. Any other thoughts or comments? Sorry, this is, put it out here.
I'd just say, I wasn't entirely sure what to expect with speed dating.
Did you make a match, Dan?
I did. But yeah, sorry. Yeah, exactly. But I think, the curiosity and I appreciated just in general, everyone bringing a little bit of here's what I'm looking for, and be able to piece that together, I think is really helpful. I mean, looking at the triad from yesterday of things, I mean, I think we want, as staff, we want to kind of have some of that predictability, but it's hearing those wants and then looking for ways to deliver on it. And so I think that's helpful conversation and connection. And I actually really appreciated the ability to have that kind of 2-on-1 conversation with each person in a way that then is personal to them, right? Because they're talking about what they want. We kind of give them a lead in and it seemed to work well. So I appreciated that.
Yeah, it's opening those channels, right? I mean, to work together, to be one team, for one city, you have to have some humanness underneath all of this. So, all right, any other kind of closing thoughts before we break for lunch? Okay. It's 10 till. So half hour, take lunch and do that. Is that going to be enough time for everybody? And then we'll regroup. We'll around 20 after or so. We'll see how people are, but we'll use that as a barometer. Lunch is over here. Help yourself. Enjoy. Bon appetit.
Who saw City Slickers most recently? Yeah, wait, how long ago has it been? Oh, 10 years. Okay, so anybody more recent than 10 years having seen City Slickers? That's definitely more than 10 years, although it feels like yesterday. Anybody have no idea what we're talking about? Okay, a couple of folks. Yeah, predictability. All right, so we're gonna roll a video clip of Curly and Billy Crystal and City Slickers.
Young woman, working. Down in the dirt. Just about then, she stood up to stretch her back. She was wearing a little cotton dress, and the setting sun was right behind her, showing the shape that God had given her. What happened? Out in the field was this young woman working down in the dirt. Just about then, she stood up to stretch her back. She was wearing a little cotton dress, and the setting sun was right behind her, showing the shape that God had given her. What happened? I just turned around and rode away. Why? I figured it wasn't going to get any better than that. Yeah, but you could have been, with her. Been with lots of women. Yeah, but she could have been the love of your life. She is. That's great. That's not great. No, that's wrong, Curly. You passed up something that might have been terrific. My choice. I never could have done that. Your choice. Cowboy leads a different kind of life than there were cowboys. They're a dying breed. Still means something to me, though. Couple of days, moved this herd across the river, riding through the valley. Oh, there's nothing like bringing in a herd. That's great. Your life makes sense to you. What's so funny? You city folk, you worry about a lot of shit, don't you? Shit? Yeah. My wife basically told me she doesn't want me around. She read it. I'm just saying. How old are you? 38. 39. Yeah. You all come off here about the same age, same problems. Spend about 50 weeks a year getting knots in your rope, and then you think 2 weeks up here will time for you. None of you get it. You know what the secret of life is? No, what? This. Your finger? One thing. Just one thing. Stick to that, and everything else don't mean shit. That's great, but what's the one thing? You gotta figure out.
Womp womp. All right. Happy memories. Your one thing. So that's just a setup, obviously, because what we want to give the council a minute to think about is what their one thing is. What's the one thing that you really want to see get done? You all mentioned yesterday, you've got 2 years together, 2 years together to make perhaps your one thing happen. So what might that be? So take a minute, figure out your one thing. I'm sure Curly had it done very quickly as well. And then we will give you a chance to share your one thing. It can be something that gets done. It could also be a seed that gets planted or a shovel that gets in the ground or a trajectory that you're on. So I don't want to say it has to be all done, but progress. You can write it down if you want to, but we're going to capture it. We're going to have you say it out loud. And Nancy's going to write fast. Nadia's writing 2 things down. No, I'm just kidding. Tunnel. We've got the tunnel. We don't even need her to go. The Bailey bypass and the Beatty bypass is a reality. A gigantic beaver. Do you have to have a beaver on one side and then a duck on the other in order to keep harmony? Because you're Beaverton, it's okay to have, so this is a place where ducks and beavers can live harmoniously. Okay, no? I definitely have that vibe for sure. Everybody ready? I don't want to rush people. Kevin's ready. Yeah. You want to go first? Okay, what's your one thing?
2 years.
Yeah.
So in 2 years, I'd like to have a budget that gives us enough flexibility to do the creative projects we want while meeting our goals associated with specifically streets and housing.
So.
That's why I was finished.
Because he had written it down ahead of time. So a budget, yeah. Show me the money. So it's the budget to do the things we have to do and the things we want to do also.
That sounds good.
Is
Thank you,
that
Mayor.
good enough?
Close
All
enough.
right. What we want to do and what we know we have to do. I'm going to see if I can make this move because I think, I don't know. There's something would it do this one? Oh, it's this one. There we go.
I should clarify.
There we go.
Sustainable budget.
Sustainable, okay. A sustainable budget to do the things we have to do and the things we want to do. Mayor.
Secure a raised construction grant for the Loop project.
Okay. One second, we're gonna give Nancy a minute. Got it, okay.
Our pavement condition index is improved.
Oh, PMI is improved. PCI is improved. Gosh, Tim, how are you feeling right now?
Talk about the roads.
Like when the council starts talking your love language, they start talking pavement condition ratings. We definitely had a match. That is awesome. Yeah, and a pack of nerds. Nice, nice. No, everyone has a different love language. What's yours, John?
Before Jesse gets mad at me. I would like an updated active transportation plan with resourcing identified.
Updated, active.
Active transportation plan
with resources identified.
to get it in place.
Okay. And Allison's gonna go when Nancy's ready. Okay.
Son, okay. Everything that's already up there.
Okay, good. So you're done. Thanks. And
And I would like to see the success of opening our first permanent shelter be part of a constellation of supportive services. And I mean, this is not only on the city of Beaverton, it's in close partnership with Washington County and others. but that it's a part of a structural, complete reimagining for how we're addressing chronic
Wraparound
homelessness.
services for chronic homeless. Nice. So it's kind of the catalyst. And
Yeah. It's got a touch screen. on it.
all right, who do I need? Yeah, Edward.
Go, funding for multicultural / community center.
Funding for multicultural / community center. I think Nadia, you're last but not least.
I really enjoy this coloring. I just want to put it on everyone's radar that it's important to have paper to color. I went kind of high level, sorry.
Okay, no, sorry.
I just put significant policy steps or progress towards diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging.
Okay.
But I
So-
see like everything I heard in that.
Okay,
Like
so
PCI.
DEIB progress. And that you can see that in PCI is awesome. Okay. That's 7. All right. I think I give this back to you now. I think, yeah. Yeah, oh, not this, okay.
She's not even there. Oh. I've caught myself even. Okay, so we want to keep these in the room so we can kind of keep our eye on them and have some conversation as we start to move into the discussion around priorities. You'll do whatever I want. That's amazing. What? You're going to type those in so we have them there as well. So we wanted to, first of all, kind of to frame the conversation. And so, we have this reference in the back, which is terrific. You have priorities and you have goals. I'm not saying anything you do not know already. But we want to spend time this afternoon doing 2 things. One is to identify what are those big rocks? What are the priorities that collectively you want to, really prioritize and hone in on, and what success looks like in the next 12 months, next 24 months. So we want to talk about the priorities within those and whether or not anything has changed from this group and what these mean to you in action. And then we also want to talk about the broader goals, which when they originally were conceived were identified as commitments. They've kind of become goals. And so we want to talk about how those fit together with the priorities and how they're used so that we can make sure that there is some alignment and that they make sense. And so we're going to start off with the priorities piece, and then we'll come back and kind of zoom out to the broader set of goals that you have. And so that's how we're going to walk through this process. But I wanted to start off by summarizing the themes that came through the conversations we had before. So when we had interviews as a preparation for today, I asked the question around your top 3 priorities. I didn't say 1. So you had a little bit more leeway in there. She's a stickler. She just did 1. I gave you more. But there were some big themes that really, thank you, stood out. And really they aligned to the priorities. We didn't bucket them, that we didn't do this intentionally and say, of the priorities, what are the things? We asked you open-ended, what are the priorities that are important to you? And so in looking through them, they do sort of align to the priorities you have. And so recognizing that the font is not so large on here, and as I look for my glasses that I'm sure I have left someplace, we'll have Julia read them for us.
Actually read. So first under DEIB, under DEIB, the priority we heard was plan and create a multicultural facility. So similar to what Edward said. Under community and organizational well-being, address public safety and mental health needs, advance housing production strategies, and enhance transportation networks and traffic calming. Financial recovery. A big theme, obviously, all day so far. Develop a strong, balanced budget, promote fiscal sustainability, focus on operational efficiency and good governance, define and prioritize core city services, and improve communication and clarity on priorities. I mean, we've talked about all of those today, and they're showing up here again as in the one things. And then finally, natural resources integrate sustainability into all initiatives.
So those were the themes that stood out. Some are, quite clearly aligned to fiscal recovery or DEI and B. And some are more by definition, as you've defined each of these priorities. So first of all, I want to just kind of get a pulse in the room and reaction to that theming of the priorities and ask the question, is there anything missing from the way that we have summarized these themes? Council. Thoughts?
The only thing,
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
no, I was gonna say, I might put the top one, the DEIB, into community and organizational well-being, just because those feel like they're the same.
Mhm.
Like, I don't think you can have a wellness and well-being as a center without having DEIB as part of it. So I would
It's
just.
integral as
consolidate.
part of that,
Yeah.
what you're saying, right? Okay, so the priority related to diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging really is fundamental to the community organizational well-being.
Well, just the concept itself, not necessarily the multicultural center.
Right.
But it is in the community and part of the organizational well-being.
Yep.
So.
Okay. Nadia, you had a comment.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if I would put it in one. So I have always seen the DEIB and the sustainability as sort of like a foundation for like initiative building and like foundation of how we do things. And then it shows up in community and organizational well-being. It shows up in financial recovery. I think DEIB shows up in both of the two middle, just like natural resources or sustainability can also show up in the two middle.
So sort of like a lens or a view.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Mayor?
Hassan, I think for me though, the financial recovery needs to be more sharply focused. I think once we correct the structural deficit, I think it would become more of a lens like the other things around sustainability and stuff. But right now, I think we're letting ourselves off the hook because every budget we're making minor shifts like closing a library a day, not filling this position, but we have not address the structural deficiency. And until we do that, it can't be a lens. It has to be single focus because when we're talking about staff wanting clarity and dependability, like if you work here and we're making these minor patches to the budget, like I've heard from not just counselors, which I've heard a round of that recently, but our staff being like, we cut 10 million. Why are we still in this structural deficit? And we made temporary fixes. But when we have these ongoing costs, so I think for me, if we're looking at, it can't be a theme, it has to be like pinpointed. Everything else to me, enhanced transportation network and traffic calming, that's like a long-term plan to kind of address that. And we can go moderately or speed up depending on resources. But if we don't put that fine pin on financial recovery, I think we're going to have this continual conversation until we die.
Yeah, we don't want that. Well, and I heard the DE&I and the sustainability as the kind of the broader, like as we're doing work around financial sustainability and these other things that making sure to keep that lens in play, but not to minimize the financial recovery priority in any way. And so is that, Nadia, is that consistent with the comments you were making? Okay. All right, other reactions or comments generally starting off here with kind of the themes that we heard. Allison.
One of the areas that I have been and will continue to be most concerned about is operations and maintenance and care of what we already have before thinking about what else we want to introduce within the community. And this gets that financial recovery, the structural changes to make sure that we don't go into each year looking for ways to cut that we are able to successfully invert the revenue and expenditures lines in the forecast. So it does not look like that looking out 4 years from now, to that point. I mean, we don't solve that. The rest of this is just window dressing. That's not gonna be either fully implementable and is probably not gonna achieve the intended, outcomes that we're hoping for.
And I do think there's a real difference between planning for a multicultural facility, which I was just in Lima and saw the best one I've seen so far, and it's something I want for our community, but like create is not necessarily a word that I want in there because we have a special district park. We have we might not be the creator, and I would argue we shouldn't be the creator of it, but we could be the foundational like starting point of the conversation. But what's not on here, it's the very real need for Public Works to have a building for our staff that work here now. That's not on the list. So if we're gonna use bonding capacity for a building, like if I say yes to this goal today, am I saying no to a future Public Works building? Does that eat up our bonding ability? These are the problems that council are having when we're making these dream lists and conversations is by saying yes to this, do I say no to the rest of our construction plan that we've already approved? That's not it. And so how do we start to we can continue to put it on there because we want it, but there's no real plan to do it. And so how do we keep adding this on there and giving hope alive to the community? And what are we saying no to?
Well, and I think that gets to the question around short-term, long-term, and particularly the conversation earlier around a longer-term strategic plan. Like, what does that look like and how does that integrate into, I'm talking about the facility, multicultural center. How does that fit into a longer plan potentially? When we keep hearing, we're circling around, focus on the organization. Yeah, that's the financial health of the organization. That is the capacity to do the core basic services and the things that you have already committed to your community. Do you comment?
Well, you recapped very nicely what I was thinking of, like, that it can be a long-term goal of ours and not be in the immediate, especially the pulling it off in a year or two. Unfortunately, things just don't move that fast. But I also think maybe what's lacking is that's the only thing under the DEIB heading, right? And I think Councilor Duggar, when you're saying like it's part of everything, but I think we just need more focus on it as its own thing too. And it's not just through the lens of like a facility, right? Because there's so much more than a place. So I think that's something is missing there. From, the speed dating, when I was talking about, I want to hear what staff needs, like that's an area of need that has been, maybe the most tangible thing we've done was hired a director, but there's so much more than that needs to be done. So I think for me, it's something is missing there, but I also don't really know how to articulate what else I would put there at this time.
Yeah, please.
So listening to you all, will you go ahead and go to the next slide?
Yeah.
We can come back to this. I guess what's kind of striking me, and especially when Nadia was making the comment that in her mind, DEIB and sustainability, or what you had as natural resources as a priority, are kind of a lens. It's a way of looking at things. It starts sounding to me like values, or in the original casting that you all did when we were with you back in 2021. You called them commitments, and then they became goals with not a lot of change, but that welcoming became inclusivity, and environmental sustainability was one of those. And so as I'm listening to you, I'm hearing maybe a distinction between how we want to do things, our commitment to do things in this way, and the outcome we want to achieve. So, it's not that, we want to use DEIB as a lens to make sure that we're thinking about that in all of the work that we do. Building or contributing to the building of a multicultural center maybe isn't the goal or the activity. It's all these other ways that we look at how we serve our community that's really impactful for DEIB and perhaps for natural resources. So I don't know, as we're thinking about this and we're trying to figure out how to create a structure that really aligns with what you all want to put out there for the community, whether it's, 4 goals, which is what you had updates on throughout the year.
Priorities.
Priorities, yeah, sorry.
Mhm.
4 priorities, 8 goals. Are they commitments? Is it a framework? Kind of making some sense of that, I think will help us figure it out, because I don't think you want to be debating right now, are we going to build a multicultural facilities center or start it in the next 2 years? We, the city of Beaverton, like, is that something we want to do? We would love for it to happen. How can we be a partner in that? What does that look like? So maybe just thinking about that as a way of processing the structure you've created and then the structure we can walk out with today.
Right. Well, and
Can I
I
ask a
think,
question? Because I
please.
think,
yeah,
okay, so years before we had your first retreat with us, the way that we did these goal setting sessions that a lot of these counselors witnessed and wanted to run on was we came in here with our, similar to you. What do you want done? I want to build a multicultural center. I want to do this. I have this thing that I personally want to do. That was quickly beaten out of us by the interim city manager that's no longer here, of like, you need to move away from having these individual goals and move towards having these higher aspirations. And so I think we have, but it's not satisfying me. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the council, but like my experience as we go out throughout the year is that these, Councilor Kimmy has been resolved on saying he wants a multicultural center, even when the rest of the council maybe isn't in alignment with him and the capacity he wants it. How do we reconcile this? Because we're still individual electeds who want to get things done. We have these shiny projects out in front of us, but then we end up setting these goals, and then every time from the dais, we're like, well, what about my one thing? And I am a huge violator of that because I do it too. So it's not like I'm saying they're doing it and I'm not, but I'm really struggling the difference between a goal and values, because obviously our values are DEI, sustainability. We all agree to that and we keep saying it, but we keep coming back into these retreats and we're not feeling like this is a great list of accomplishments, but I would say I'm not often satisfied with them. And that is not a critique with staff. That is a realization of like, I've been doing this for 10 years. And I have a hard time not pinpointing to something that was driven that I wanted. And so how do we reconcile these things and not keep coming back to the board and having these same conversations? Are you asking us to set a mission statement? Because that's what that feels like to me. But how, if you're a staff member, how does that feel like goals to you?
Yeah, here we are. I mean, that really is the issue, because we want to accomplish big things. So we want to be an inclusive community. What's our role in that? What do we need to do to help accomplish that? We want to be a excellent government. We want to be a
Good
safe
government.
community. We want to ensure that people are housed, all of those things you want. And then what are we doing around that comes, I believe, in 2 forms. One is there are the things that are happening below the waterline. If we go back to that iceberg, there are things that are happening below the waterline that contribute to success in each of these areas. And the organization is going to want to let you know what those are, because they want you, this is a staff mindset, right? Staff wants you to understand that the work that they're doing 24/7, 365 contributes to this thing that you want. So I want to make that connection for you. And so I'm going to remind you of that when I bring you the annual street maintenance program. I'm going to sing Ashley's love language, and I'm going to talk about PCI and how that is excellent. We're caring for our infrastructure, right? So I'm going to make that connection for you. If you didn't say, gosh, maybe this year we ought to do some street maintenance, the organization is going to do street maintenance, okay? So this is all the stuff that's going to happen. And the organization wants to connect it to the things that are important to the council. So that's one level. And then the next level is, what are the shiny things that the council really wants to accomplish?
The one thing.
The key, though, is it has to be the body. And so this is where one thing becomes in conflict with our thing. And so what you want is for your colleagues to know what's really important to you. And you need to come to a decision about what it's the time to do now. Not because you don't want to do somebody's one thing, but because it is not sitting at the intersection of political acceptability and administrative sustainability. The bridge doesn't connect at that level. You want to do it. You don't have the capacity to accomplish it. So rather than, and if I just can call this out, go to the slide of
The question?
the priorities one. No, the priority slide.
No, I have it right.
Yeah. The thing in your hand.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So when I look at this, again, so as an outsider, if I were to look at this, I would say, well, this council is going to be doing a needs assessment for a multicultural center. Like that's what that says to me. And I don't know that that's how, if that was the actual direction of the governing body, if that is what the staff had the capacity to do or has done. But sometimes we put things on the board because we want people to feel like their one thing is there. And so this gets at, like I said before, consensus is a really high form of agreement. If you want everybody to agree with the things that are there, there might just be one thing that you can all agree on. It might just be coming up with the fiscal plan to, set things. That might be your one thing. You all might want to do a lot of other things, but if you're recognizing capacity, but what the organization is then going to want to tell you is, but don't worry, we're still making progress. These values are also important to us, and we're living them every day in these things, and you get 6-point PowerPoint, a 6-point font on a PowerPoint of all the things that you all are doing together to move the needle in these directions. So there's a little bit of yin and yang of, we want to say all the things that we're doing, and this organization, staff and council together have to be connecting across the bridge to make that happen. And at the same time, there are things that you just can't make happen. And so that's what we want to do. I'm not telling you today you need a vision statement or a mission statement. I am saying there needs to be, if something's going to show up on your wall, it should be something that you're all in on making happen, and you're clear about what that looks like. So if, for example, the only thing you all agreed on was do a needs assessment for a multicultural center in partnership with the Parks District, like that's the one thing, then that's the direction to staff. Find money for it, approach the park board, develop the work plan to do that one thing. So that's what I think you need to kind of come to agreement on, is if it's up there, if it's a council priority, what does that mean? Be clear about the expectation for the organization. Okay, everyone's hands are up. So I'm going to go Edward and then Nadia.
So I want to make it clear that, yes, I put one thing there, but it's not my personal goal. What I'm saying is this multicultural center concept arose in 2009. So city did, after listening to all the engagements already done, they did feasibility study by the council, came up with the feasibility study for multicultural center, which later on was hijacked by RESER. So RESER was built without multicultural aspect of it, using feasibility study for multicultural center. So from the DAB years of beginning 2011 on, which I served, it's not what I want, but community already expressed since 2009. So I have obligation to keep putting in there that this is a need that was never fulfilled from the commitment from the council from 2009. So then, I'm glad that we did our feasibility, needs assessment will be coming on by the advice of the city manager and all other people that this needs to be done for us to go out there to ask for money per se. So I just want to make it clear that this is not my personal pet project here. This is
Yeah.
something that I want to represent, and I need to be reminding people that somehow the work has to be keep on going. Maybe next stage would be going out, come up with a plan to how to make this happen. I don't think that city ourselves can make it happen. We need the collaboration from other district, Parks District, whoever that might be, or even school. But I just heard Vietnamese community got $1 million from the state by their community. So if they're able to do it by single ethnic group, why can we all work together to make it happen? That's why I said, let's have the funding available or at least work toward that. We already are coming up with the needs assessment done. So work is getting done, but I don't want to just take it off because we don't have a capacity to do it. So that's my thought behind it. One thing I really wanted to happen was a night market, which happened, which I'm so proud. That's
Good.
my personal thing, but then multicultural center is more like a resident.
Yeah, you feel accountable to the community. Yeah, that's kind of, we cannot lose sight of this commitment that has remained unfulfilled in our community. And so what's the pathway forward and what is it that we can do within the administrative capacity that we have as a city? So appreciate you clarifying that. And I think it's important for the council to understand what he's saying as that, as you process what your all's ultimate goals, priority, how we're going to frame this is. Nadia.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of what Lacey was saying about like kind of what we're doing in this moment. Because for me, I see a budget and it's not looking good. And so I feel conflicted about like talking beyond what these priorities are. And can we go back to the 2021 slide really quick? Like I do, this one, like the closeness of what this is, and especially for like folks who weren't here, because I think, Lacey, Allison, and I maybe.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's it.
okay, Ashley.
That was your first meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you look at this and you almost look up there for a quick second, and so we're still saying all the same things. I don't think we're saying anything different. I look at that other slide. You said those were the priorities that in our briefings with you that you guys picked up. Similar stuff, nothing new. And then I think of like where we are today. Also, nothing new. I don't know where we're going next, but like I don't see us talking about adding anything. I think we enhance or further identify what these things look like. And I mean, I would say like the first one on DEIB, I mean, that's, there's more than that. And I don't know if that's like what we continue to do, but despite all of that, I look at the budget and I look at our city staff and I say, what is realistic and what is capable, what is possible? And then back to Ashley's like reimagine, like how are we really building for this next year? So I don't know where we're going. I wanted to like
you're connecting the dots. And I think it's possible that, you sometimes when you peel back the onion, it starts to smell. And I'm not saying the smells, but I think you start to see like, oh, well, maybe we need to shed something and just embrace this new thing, the four things, because those eight things nest in those four things. So that could be a possibility if that's what you want to do. And then what you want to call them is also up to you. Like, and we very graciously allow our clients to call them whatever they want. They sound like values, if in many ways in terms of these. But the piece that I think I heard the mayor wanting to get to is, okay, so we've got these four things and the organization is going to do everything they can to show how we're making progress. What about the stuff I want to get done? And the stuff as an elected official, I need to, further an agenda. How do we fit that in? And so, one of the things that you would do is you would nest shared priorities, to-dos, in the context of the higher level framing. So if we call them, we'll just keep calling them priorities, those 4 priorities. So what are the to-dos? And it could be, if I can just continue with Edward on the Multicultural Center, maybe what gets there is not plan and create a multicultural facility, but maybe it's, the first step is a shared priority of the council, because that's what you have the administrative capacity to do, and you're laying a foundation to do something bigger in the future. Likewise, that could be in any of these areas, what you're trying to do. So, Mayor?
Maybe the conflict, and it was what you eloquently put back in my face last night about running for office. These are verbs. I'm a noun person. This doesn't feel like we're doing it. And so how do I take ownership as elected officials when I understand we are to set high level goals and the city management needs to come back with a plan? But this is my 4th time as the mayor saying financial recovery, and it doesn't feel like we have a strong plan. And I would just say to my colleagues, I do not know how we move forward unless we seriously dig into this financial recovery, because everything on the dais becomes that. I want a multicultural center, although I was here on how it transformed into the next thing, and there is a encyclopedia on why we have a performing arts center and not a multicultural center. However, I do not know how we move forward without that. Because this is the 4th time now that we're like telling the community, we're going to be boring, we're going to go into financial recovery, but I'm a vagrant offender of this too, but like, how do we have any goals that aren't that?
Okay, so let me just put this here and see if this is what you're saying. I think, I'm speaking as the mayor right now, feels very powerful. Oh, wait, no. I want us to walk out of here with one thing, and that is to develop a financial sustainability or financial recovery plan. And I want to get it done in the next 12 months, period. And if we would all just focus on that one thing, we care about these commitments that we have up here don't go away, but we know we can't do it unless we do this one thing. And so I'm proposing that as the one goal for this city council is to develop that plan. And if that's what you all want to do, then I think to city managers who frequently say, we can do anything, but we can't do everything, you can do one thing.
Well, and can I just also overlay on that with the goals, commitments, the 8 across the top, keeping those in view, those are values that you want to keep in view as you're pursuing your priority of that financial sustainability. And so that's where you can still articulate your values and kind of emphasize those elements without diluting the focus on, in this proposed suggestion, a single focused priority. Does that make sense?
So is that what you're proposing, Mayor?
When you speak as me, that's definitely what I said.
However, here's the ...
I think that, yeah, I think that's, I mean, obviously the thing, some of the things that we're already doing in motion, we can continue to do. How much staff resources are in the budget conversation about, we're in it, they're due on Monday. Like, I'm not convinced that the budget thing that's happening Monday is moving us in sustainability long-term. I think it's buying us time. And if we do not do this right now, every decision we make for the next 4 years is just going to be budget, all the terrible things. And that doesn't mean we're not going to do other things as the city, but I want to unleash the prowess of our staff to give us a solution on this structural problem and not a Band-Aid.
Okay, John has his hand up and his light on.
Couple things too that I think I completely agree. But I also think we need to define what fiscal sustainability is to me, because I can tell you it is not like every single year By the Constitution, we are required to have a balanced budget. That is not a fiscal sustainability. So that, I would scratch that off the list. That's going to happen regardless. To me, in my mind, and I'm one counselor, what that means is our needs are met and we have capacity to do transformational projects, right? That's how I would define it. And the other challenge for me that's kind of underlaying these things, because I feel like we've been in crisis mode and none of us have been able to do the kind of fun governing stuff, right? We've been in crisis mode for 4 or 5 years now. But I also think about our budget process. I'm going to be vulnerable here. I've done it a lot. I'm going to be honest here. Is terrible from an elected person's position. I get the budget like 2 to 3 weeks before. I have to read 1,300 pages. So that's really hard to do. You know, I don't have an easy way to give input into as it's being created, which is by, I get that there's restraints there, but then I'm supposed to react to something that I barely have time to read. And then I've got to do it in a way that, like, from a dais or from a virtual meeting, right? It's just really hard to make impactful or meaningful changes in the budget process the way we have things right now. And so part of me wants to be really clear on a definition of financial recovery, but also include an actual like budget process that we can easily affect, or at least meaningfully affect, without having to just have done it 20 years and understand all the minutia, right? Like it's really hard to do an effective budget. And I think most of the time, the budget just goes through as presented because it's really complicated. Yeah.
Okay, so what I was doing was like, okay, you're starting to define what is it that we mean. I promise I'll come to you. And so kind of starting to put up a definition, because this begins to put the, yesterday I used that terms, ends and unacceptable means. So I want a financial recovery plan and don't tell me the budget's balanced. Bring me back a new process for accomplishing the budget. I haven't written that up there yet. But overall, the outcome is we meet our needs, 24/7, 365 basic service delivery is cared for at a service level that we agree upon. And we have funds available to build the Beatty bypass, because that will be transformation. So that's what you want. And so I think if we start putting some definition around this, then it can give the direction to the staff that this is what we mean, this is what we want you to come back with. They're not going to have it by Monday night.
Nope.
I don't think so, right? No, not by Monday. But it's something they have to work on, and this is how the governing body is defining success. And they're going to want to know, can we bring you a plan? Like when we bring you the plan, because Go Fish is a bad game, can we work on both sides? Can we work on the expense side? Can we work on the revenue side? Like, is that fair? Is that in play? Or are we only working on one side of the ledger? And so I think those are the kinds of parameters you all have to be willing to give. And it may be, you can work on both sides of the ledger, but I got to know that everything on this side of the ledger is dotted i's, crossed t's, numbers line up, confident in efficiency, professionalism, those values that Kevin's been talking about.
And I would suggest one more thing too, the third
And we'll
leg,
come
which
to you.
is process around budget. But not just are we even, do we need a 1-year budget cycle? I've been in part of organizations that do multi-year, because the reality is our staff spends so much time putting together an annual budget. Like, that's capacity we could use to do transformation and other exciting things if it weren't doing an annual budget. Like, is that even allowed? I don't know, but can we talk about those things? I would love to see us talk about process too.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have been so long to get to you, Ashley.
Oh, no, I was happily listening. I think you recapped it so well. I think that this is still something our council struggles with, and I hear it a little bit in how the particular words you used. And so, yes, words matter and we have to be intentional and whatever, but also, like, it is not my job to create a budget as the city councilor. My job is to provide insight into the goals and priorities, and staff comes back with a budget. As a council, I think we've been unwilling to give up certain things. I talked a lot at my speed dating of asking department heads to be ready to say no to us more. And I think the question, I might adjust your phrase, Nadia, of what am I saying no to, is like, what am I saying has to get done later? Right? Because it might not actually just be coming off the list. It might just need to be paused for now. And I think there's so much in our budget that we are unwilling to let go of for whatever reason. A lot of them are valid, but maybe they're emotional and they're not with like that fiscal responsibility hat on. I really think, Mayor, that I think financial recovery should be the singular focus until we've reached the point of sustainability. And I remember when we chose the word recovery and not sustainability, is that we knew we needed to recover. And we're now in a 1-year cycle of recovery versus getting to the place where we can be sustainable. And again, like, there's not blame in that. There's all these other factors that have caused it, but there are these major things that we need to have like a soul searching on and talking about. And when I see Reimagine, like, there was one day I said to Jenny, like, Jenny, okay, so Beaverton exists, but Beaverton is a brand new city. What would it be? Like, I think we need to talk about that. Like, maybe rather than looking at it from taking away, because that's really hard, is like, well, what is it? What should it be? And then we handle the consequences of defining what it is.
Okay, so that's like a fresh start. Go back to.
Right. Well, but I want to kind of bring into the room also, I mean, this has been an issue that has been retreading, and there have been, groups come together to talk about strategies, come to ideas of what can be done. What I'm hearing, Ashley, you say is like, we need to zoom it out and make it bigger, make it more transformative potentially. But maybe there are elements of that work that need fresh eyes, that need to be revisited in order to not just throw out the work that has been done previously, but to look at it with fresh eyes in the lens of long-term sustainability. What really does it take? And I mean, I hear such consensus. I'm sorry, I'm right back to you. I have consensus on, we got to solve this damn problem, right? Let's fix it. Like, we're tired of having to do this. It's gonna demand tough choices, and it's gonna demand rethinking, but I'm getting the sense that you're there. Like, we gotta just pull Band-Aid off, as you said yesterday, John. But I mean, the initial planning and the discussions around some of the options using the revenue side and the expenditure side options, some of that work has started. And so I don't think you're at ground zero. And certainly you've done some things along the way, but maybe that's where you start to pick this back up.
I guess the area that I struggle with is that it's almost like we're trying to create something that keeps us focused throughout the year, but forgetting that it's also what is the community seeing as the outcomes of this retreat, as well as the staff that are going to be getting report backs on what transpired today, and how does this inform their work over the coming year plus. And in my personal life as a professional, I do strategic planning quite a lot with businesses, but businesses have the luxury of not having turnover potentially every 2 years in their leadership that can upend their strategic plans.
And the public lens. I mean, there's a lot of additional input too on the
Yeah.
public side.
And so we have a rare opportunity right now, because of one of the things we discussed last night is we do have stability over the next 2 years, potentially beyond that, to craft something that we can hang on to and move forward with purpose and intention. But I think that might be one of the key words, is the not now part of it is it's not that it comes off the board, it's that we put things in the right order. And back to the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that if the house is burning, don't start picking out the color for the drapes. Is using the financial recovery sustainability as a lens for all decisions coming before us. And also with this realization that we can do what we can to cut expenditures, but we also have to raise revenues. That's going to be difficult conversations with the voters. And it's not just for, let's say, a levy, I mean, the transportation utility fee, and other areas like that are going to put things in front of us, whether we want them up on the board or not. that are gonna be coming at us. So these decisions are gonna have to be made one way or another. I think it's reconciling at a certain point that we're gonna be the bad guy in someone's eye on most issues that come before council over the next year plus.
Yeah, well, and I think putting those big, messy, ugly things on the board, like to put it all out there allows you to actually debate and talk about the consequences and the trade-off of choices. And it's going to take those bigger ticket items in order to resolve the issues.
Yeah, and so what I would say, and just to cap off what I was saying, is that I have a concern about us just having financial up there as the leading thing. I personally look at these and I always get hung up on priorities versus goals. And if you look at these and just take any person off the street and say, which ones are the priorities and which ones are the goals, you'd probably get a 50-50 split on them. I look at the ones at the top and I don't see any of those not being important, and they should all be weighed carefully across every decision that we make. And I think that was a list that we reconfirmed last year. It's like, yes, this is still the right mix of things for us to be keeping in mind with every decision that we make. As far as the four that are underneath it, I mean, I think those could kind of come off the list, and we look at the top ones as being the priorities for the city. These are our priorities as counselors and as workers on betterment of our community. Those are the 8 areas that we should feel a sense of responsibility and obligation to.
Commitment to, you might say.
Yeah, with the lenses of DEIB, financial recovery, natural, sustainability, climate, as being those considerations that are layered on top of them. But
one of the things in going back to, the focus on financial recovery, or however you want to name that, sustainability, what that shift is, part of the conversation, I think last night, but also today, is around the messaging, right? The storytelling around that, the why matters, and that, the problem statement is apparent, but the benefit on the back end of being sustainable and being able to consistently deliver on the services and the commitments to the community, that's part of the messaging that needs to happen. And so, I think that, just having a singular focus on the financial recovery gives the focus with all of the other lenses applied to it, not actions necessarily, but part of the conversation with the community and with staff and together is around the why, where are we going from here? So you don't lose sight of the longer term objectives and what you're shooting for. You can't do those things until you right the ship. And that's the message, right? So where with the idea of having this kind of singular focus and some broader context, how are you feeling about that?
If we walked out of here today with recommitting to the commitments, those 8 things, and a singular objective of developing a financial sustainability plan with well-defined parameters, does that feel like success to you? I'm seeing a nod, a nod. Nadia's afraid to nod. Oh, Kevin is going to speak.
It somewhat feels like success. One of the things that I was hoping for coming into this is we would share more examples of what success looks like. I like what Councilor Duggar said up here about financial sustainability in particular. And we've got up on the screen some examples, but like for community organization or community and organizational well-being, like examples of success there could be like progress on the TSP or progress towards updating our climate action plan or active transportation plan or updating our engineering design manual, things like that. Just examples of success, so that when we see it at the end of the year, it's like, oh yeah, we said this would be an example of success and we accomplished 10 out of 12 of them, something like that. And maybe it's those remaining 2 just had to be on the plan to come in future years, just so we kind of know what targets might be.
So suggesting keeping the structure as you have it, and maybe the pacing and the focus is shifting. Is that what you're suggesting?
I don't have a preference about the core structure of it back there. I like having a main focus on financial recovery.
Okay.
And the reason why I say I don't have a preference in the main structure back there is like Counselor Tivnon, I do strategic planning for small organizations and I get confused by those as well. So I'm okay if it shifts and changes a little bit.
I feel like they're sharing trade secrets that facilitators of strategic plans are really, they don't know what the boards mean that people use. But-
Also, I might just take this moment and you guys can back me up or not on this. I mean, typically what you would expect is you'd have, if you're having goals, broad goals, call them the 8, then your priorities align to those, right? And so the challenge here is that you can't see the direct alignment. And so it becomes a little bit more confused. And so that's why when we were going back and looking at, the goals and that they were previously defined as commitments, it reframes the thinking a little bit. It's like, okay, if these are, our aspirations or our commitments or our values, they overarch everything that we do. And this is where our priorities are. That makes more sense.
I would say, as staff is watching this, because I bet you the majority of our organization will go back and watch this play out. This is a prime example of where the council's relationship was when this was happening. This
That's
was an
fair.
agreement to get out of the room because honestly, there was a lot of tension among the council of like, I want this thing. We weren't adjusting well. Some of us understood the financial recovery, some didn't. We had new electeds that had just been elected. But the point that Councilor Tivnon has made a few times this weekend is we're in the same set. It's like coach sports, we're in the same set. And so we have the same baseline of information in this retreat that we've not had the luxury of having before. And so I think we understand fundamentally where we are. I mean, these bottom 4 was just to like get people to agree to get out of the room. I think the top ones, I hear your point on the financial recovery because I've been making it. And so maybe that word sustainability changes from that or whichever one we're doing, or the economic one changes to something more hardcore. But I also don't want staff to hear like, oh, the council is focused on this one thing, therefore we're not doing anything else. Like we have to continue to do and not just the boring, unsexy under the road stuff. We have made huge financial investments in things like the Loop and the TSP. Those things have to continue. My point of thinking about financial recovery is like, we can't put more shit on the board. How do we continue to fund the priorities we're already doing? And then to John's point about having capacity, we are sitting in the building that the council bought for $8 million that we had capacity because the opportunity arose. We would not have any opportunity to do something like this building ever again unless we start to change things. So I think the capacity point is well taken, but like the community doesn't understand. We bought this building with cash. We could never do that again because the opportunity arose. If some building were to come open for multicultural center right now, we don't have the money to buy it. We don't have the capacity to do it. And so how do we create more capacity? But I don't want staff to think like, well, we're only doing this one thing. Like I want that to be the goal, but we have to continue to do the things we've already invested in.
I mean, I do agree with everyone. So my number one, because one thing was, I put it there, but number one priority for me is also financial recovery and thriving. I wasn't joking or half joking that we want budget surplus by end of 2 years, but we talked about this last year too. But I don't have a set plan. I wasn't given a set plan or any recovery strategy yet. I mean, it was given, but it wasn't clear because we're structurally deficit all the way through. So I would love to see how does this success look like? What does it mean? So by second year, what are we getting? And what needs to be done? That's what I kind of need to hear because we can talk about it every year knowing that we have a structural deficit, but I want to fix it now or at least have a strategy to fix it at a certain point. So that if we go out for levy, what are we looking at, right? So then I love to hear that plan, not Monday, but soon enough, so that by the budget cycle comes around, so we have full understanding of the decisions that we are making, and I don't want to just fix every year. I want to fix long term. So I just want to put it out there.
I'm gonna try to kind of bring the funnel in a little bit. And Mary, I want to ask you a question just because I'm not clear. Do you prefer the structure of the 4 or the structure of the 8? We'll worry about the wording, but do you prefer the 4 or the 8?
I mean, I would prefer 4, but I know this council, and so I would give up the 8, but we can't have the 12 vibe.
Right.
So I would prefer 4 because what I've experienced being elected in government in different roles is that staff could literally point anything they do to one of these 12 things. And so how do we focus down on what's really important to the council? I would prefer 4, but my colleagues, that might not be okay for them, and I could give there.
And people are raising 4 fingers, so that's really helpful. We went through an exercise last night because we were trying to figure this out a little bit. And I can map the 4 to the 8, or the 8 to the 4. Like you can map the 8 to the 4. And so they can be inclusive of the things you want to do. I think I also heard, so what I'm gonna start doing is just talking like, this is what we're gonna do. And your all's job, council, is to say, you've just crossed a line, step back, we're not there yet, okay? So I'm just testing. So we're gonna go with 4, but we're gonna change financial recovery to fiscal stability or
Sustainability.
fiscal sustainability, okay. So 4 things, fiscal sustainability is the high level at the top.
I mean, can I just say, like, sustainability is not a good word, in my opinion there. I don't think it speaks to the gravity of the situation that we're in. And I think it gets confused with all of our shared value about the planet.
Okay, so fiscal responsibility, fiscal health, financial resilience. Fiscal health, financial resilience.
Do your job, help us.
Okay, so it stays financial recovery. For another year, we're gonna say recovery. So, okay, we're gonna go, we're gonna go with 4. They're gonna be exactly what they are right there. And the parameters that we're gonna begin to place around developing the financial recovery plan are that, first of all, dear city, we need to keep doing the things that are already underway. So our parameter would be develop the plan and assume we're not going to put the brakes on anything that's already in motion. That's one parameter. Yes.
As part of the fiscal recovery, I think the last part of what you said could change.
Okay, because you would say, nope, you know what we ought to do? We really ought to do? We ought to just pretend like we just formed and we ought to decide what businesses we're in and how we're going to fund those businesses.
That is one way.
That is a way.
So it's like, I'm not saying it has to be my way, but I think very much that financial recovery requires us to look at what we are doing from an operational and a project perspective, right? So like, I think until we have the plan, I think it's fair to say things should continue, right? Because I think we need to like not totally upend everyone's day to day. But I also think that a lot of staff probably have 10 more projects on their plate than they can sustain. So, you know, I think that getting to that shortened list is a requirement of us defining what financial recovery is.
Okay. So one of the things that's up there now, and I apologize that I don't remember everything that Jenny said this morning, define and prioritize core city services. That could be what you're like, here's the base that we're going to keep doing. And then anything else, we go from there. Okay. So as we're testing this idea and we're going to start putting parameters around it, are you all on board? Like the idea that we're going to walk out of here today with 4 commitments, 4 values. Our value is DEIB, our value is financial recovery.
I don't think financial, I mean, my opinion in the room, financial recovery is about what you want to prioritize.
Yeah.
You want to get there. I don't know that it's a value so
Yeah,
much.
to me, fiscal responsibility would be a value. Yeah, it's fiscal stability would be the value, but what we could say is under that value, the nesting within the value of fiscal stability is
Recovery.
our priority this year is to develop a financial recovery plan.
Exactly. So
So-
you have the 4 commitments, goals across the top, the fiscal recovery, that plan is aligned directly up to those 4, and it takes the form of a recovery plan.
Recovery plan. Okay. Was it fiscal health? Or is it fiscal responsibility? No, recovery is the task. The goal, the value is financial, what did you say, Andy? You said fiscal responsibility. Okay.
That's not what you said.
That's not a good word for 7 elected Democrats. We have to pick a different one.
Fiscal health. Okay. So we're going to call it fiscal health is what we're going to call it. And we're going to develop a framework. We're going to, for a financial recovery plan. And when we walk out of here today at whatever time it is, that is all we're going to have done. And we're going to be happy with that. Nadia.
Yes, so, yeah, I like that. I mean, I'm very supportive of the direction. I do think if there is time, whatever that looks like, for counselors to maybe re-identify or just address what these 4 things mean to them, if there's time. I do think on the financial recovery side, and we talked about this at our table, and, you know, I want to acknowledge, like John said, some words about the budget process, and there are limitations because it starts in May. And so how do we reimagine a budget process that has certain statutory limitations, but there are programs today that we are doing, and I am not suggesting that we stop those programs. However, do we want to take a moment to say, are these programs aligned with the values of this council moving forward?
Yeah.
And so how do we build that into this?
Of the grace that you all need to give the organization is you're going to come up with parameters today for this financial recovery plan. And the staff then needs to operationalize it and come back to you with the work plan for it, which I'm just imagining, it may be that we don't reimagine the budget process in a way that everybody's on board in 4 months. The reimagined budget process is next year's thing, but it's part of this plan. So I think we need to say, these are the things we want, but we need to let Jenny and her team kind of say, here's when we can do it by and what that looks like. Okay, go ahead, Mayor.
I would say Nadia and Ashley basically said the same thing, that there needs to be a filtering of stuff. And I guess if I was the city manager and I walked away with the direct thing you'd have now, I'd go back to my department heads and say, we need to know what everyone's working on and what projects they're doing. They need to funnel up to the executive team so the council can decide what we're going to do. But if we stop pushing a boulder and just say everything takes a halt, to get it going again costs a lot of money. I mean, I'm thinking of major projects like the Loop, some of the TSP, like those things can't stop.
Right.
But some of the other things, we don't know what can stop and what needs to shift around. But I feel very uncomfortable with staff making the decision what stops and what doesn't.
That makes sense, because especially if it's happening, it is in all likelihood happening because there is organizational capacity and a funding mechanism, which the council would have set, which therefore tells us that there is a broad operating policy that we are doing this thing. So if it's a capital project, it's got a budget for it. So I don't think that that's would be reasonable. It would be, I'm not going to start the new thing that I was thinking about doing, but I'm not going to start it. I don't necessarily need to tell you I'm not going to start something that I had been hoping to start, right? Okay, so if this is what we want to do, and I like the idea of also maybe defining success in the 4 values. What if, and what I have in my chasms of emails that never go away, were how you all defined success of the 8 in 2021. And what I'm wondering is if you all wanted to come up with the definitions for the 4, we basically would have 5 working groups this afternoon for a little while. 1 group for each of the 4 values, and then another group that is going to develop the parameters for the initiative or priority of developing a fiscal recovery plan. And then we share all those, do some final tweaking. Everybody agrees these are the things that we're going to do. And we walk out the door at 7 o'clock tonight, really happy.
I, I, I have a little bit of heartburn around just this one thing, and I just want to put this out there. Like, I feel like I'm okay with redesigning the budget process for next year, totally on board with that. But we have a 4-month window, or we have a 14-month window. And because we've been working on this for 4 years, if we don't do anything significant over the next 4 months, then we will be having this same conversation in January of 2026. And like that, it feels like we can split this up. There,
Department budget is due Monday. And so like, that's where the Monday thing is coming from. Right, exactly. Yeah.
otherwise I don't want this to be our priority then.
We got to put there, so there's got to be pressure on it. Otherwise, it's not real to me.
Well, it's like, I would, if it's not going to be a thing that we're going to be able to do in effect by the budget, I actually want something else on the list then, because we're coming up on our reelection, right? And I want to be able to show voters we did something. And if we've been talking about fiscal sustainability for 4 years and now we're on year 5 and it's not going to get done until year 6, I probably wouldn't vote for me, you know?
So is it fair to hear that as a challenge? And again, with the grace we need to give the staff to come back with a plan, success means we're doing something a little bit different by the time May comes around. It's not the whole transformation maybe, but there's something visible and we've got a clear path of what we're going to do
I
differently.
love the idea of a short-term plan,
Okay.
right? Like I'm okay with that. That is success to me, is give me a plan for the next 4 months that might look drastically different next January because we've had time to vet these things, but we do need to have something for me to support this for this budget year.
Jenny, he said the word heartburn. I didn't see, how is your heartburn right now? Like I'm just testing, like, because we have not had a conversation about this. So nobody's listening. Just let me know. Does this seem like it could work? Or do you have heartburn about the direction we're going? Do you? Do you? Okay, so it would seem to make sense to me that you would want to share that with the council. Kind of the consequences that would be maybe part of the parameters for developing the plan. And we're not gonna do it right now. If that's what she wants to do, we're gonna take a break. But if that's like, my guess is council wants to understand, well, if I'm saying yes to this, what are the consequences? Yeah, so if we're able to frame it, I think we ought to try to do that and then get about the business of coming up with the parameters if it's consequences everyone can live with. And I would just say, if the consequences are not something that you can live with, then we really need to have a conversation about why, okay? So 10-minute break. Yep, Nadia, go ahead.
Quick, I appreciate the opportunity for us to contribute to each one. I'm totally fine with like a post-it exercise that
Okay.
allows people, if that
Yeah.
would make it easier.
Facilitation plan over the break. I mean, that's what, on the fly,
Yeah.
fly.
I might be getting a little lost in semantics here, but by values, you're talking about the bottom 4 here?
Yep.
So we've never referred to them as that, and I am.
You want to speak to it?
I don't this is something you do. I don't care. I just want us to be clear on what this is, because when I look at this list, it seems like values and not goals. If we want to say goals, words do matter, but they don't matter to me nearly as much, so.
So if I might, what I heard, this is a playing game of telephone a little bit, is the idea of identifying 4 values, commitments, whatever. Those might be embedded in the 8. But having 4 as your sort of beacons, and then financial recovery is having one of them as financial health. That's not one of the 8 right now. But there may be 3 others.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw it out there. I'm concerned, looking at the time at 1:45 and we're breaking at 4. This seems to be extremely ambitious to even get to that, let alone anything beyond that, that can be seen as direction for staff. I'm just concerned that we're gonna end up, tying ourselves up in knots and creating more confusion coming out of this. You know, hate to be the fly in the ointment on this. The thing that I feel like is we might end up just wrapping ourselves around the axle, talking about the wording and naming of things when we've all kind of already come to this understanding that at the financial condition of the organization is keeping us from being able to do longer term things that we can turn around and say, look at this, like this is a tangible, and show that to the community. But I'm hoping that whatever direction we come out of this retreat with, it's extremely clear for the staff, and that that it is actionable and implementable.
Totally. Let's take a break so we can put a framework in place and then come back and suggest that so that that actually happens, as opposed to the in the room fly approach.
Okay. So this is what we are going to do. We are going to split the counts. We're going to split council and staff into 3 groups. One group is predetermined and in part because of roles they've had in the past. And that group is the mayor, Nadia and John, along with Jenny and Debbie, are going to work on the parameters for the fiscal recovery plan. So that is the initiative, the thing you're going to do. It sounds like it's a thing you've already been working on, but it's what are we going to do? What does this plan look like? What are the, kind of, you can do this, but not that, kind of the ends and unacceptable means. So that's group number 1. Group number 2 is going to look at natural resources, and Andy, Tim, and John are going to be the staff people. What council members, okay, so that's one. Then the other group is going to do both community and organizational well-being and DEIB. And so I need to split the remaining 4 council members, 2 in each of these groups. So Alice, let's do this by, so who have I got left? So would you all stand up, just to make my life easier? And Allison and Ashley, and Edward. Okay, so who is the newest council member and who's the most senior? Okay, so we're going to go newest, senior, newest, senior. I think that's kind of the order. So it's kind of flip and flop them, other way around. So which group do you want to work on? Okay, and Ashley. No, Allison, sorry. All right, and Edward? You can go to either one. These 2 are together. DEI, you want to do this one? Okay. And Ashley, are you excited to be part of Natural Resources? I knew you would be. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, definitely. We'll make it. It'll have PCI is going to be prominently. It does today. Okay. So essentially we can push some tables together so we get like 3 little pods working. What Jolene is going to bring you all, and y'all can sit down, I'm sorry, unless you're enjoying standing. What Jolene is going to bring you all is when we worked with you on the original 8 commitments in 2021, you all spent time defining what success looked like in each of those areas. Kind of this is what we mean by good government. So I had that, so we're going to bring it to you. So you're not completely starting from scratch in terms of defining success, but your task in those groups is to come up with the, this is what success looks like statement, okay? So we'll give you some models for that. It's not to require that you use any of those words, but it's to give you a place to start, okay? The fiscal task force group is going to be a lot more specific, drilling down into the parameters of the project. We're going to give you 30 minutes to get this done. And so that'll be 3 o'clock, and then you'll report out. You're going to have some great words, some good things. As long as the concepts are things that everyone's in agreement with, we're going to be happy with that. And the wordsmith fairies will come and make it all sound like one person wrote it later. But so we don't want to spend your time that way, although it is joyful on Saturday afternoons to do that. But we're going to spend your time just making sure that the key concepts are there for everyone. Are we good with this plan? Yes, awesome. Okay.
Kenya has a question.
Kenya. So, great question. One is because there was a sense that the group, you needed to be in DEIB and in community and organizational well-being, and that if we needed you in both, we should just combine them. Don't you feel important? No.
No.
Would you rather they be split? You would. You want to talk to, we want to speak to that? Oh, microphone.
All the time. It needs more attention. And I think we need to, really put some like real emphasis there. And I feel like if they're combined, one or the other may be diluted.
Yeah. So one thing that I was clearly also not clear on is you're going to work on 2 statements. There's still 2 buckets, but the same group is doing both. So are you better now? Okay. I'm going to hope for better. All right. Anybody else? All right.
Also, we can't move tables because of the mics.
Oh, we can't move tables. So just huddle. Sorry.
Just pull chairs around.
I forgot about that parameter. So don't rearrange the furniture, just the chairs.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
Go where you need to go.
And we'll come around and try to answer
Yeah.
questions.
And we're here to help.
Yeah.
And Jolene will be bringing that stuff. Oh, watch. Yeah. No, your name is Mayor. You lose Lacey. So you guys just decide where you're going to work. Follow Jenny. Got a name? Okay, I have absolutely no idea what we're gonna land on here. Will you refresh the slides because we need to put something up? I think something blank for now is probably where we need to be. So a lot of things have happened. One group went into another room and accomplished their task, and so I have gold stars for them. The group that went in the other room and accomplished their task, that would not be this group. This group would like to blow everything up, and so I'm going to give them a chance to talk about that, and it's valid. And then the other group, I'm not sure where they are, but there was not a lot of smiling happening. So, happiness and harmony are not where we are. Which is okay, not in a bad way, just like this is not easy stuff that we're doing, right? So I think the first thing I want to do is give this group an opportunity to share their struggle and proposal that they have. And I don't know, who is it going to be, Ashley or Allison? Okay. And I'm just going to point out, Ashley is going to say this with 4 fingers held in the air.
I'm going to start with a lyric from Wicked. I'm not really. I could though, because I think of it all the time. No, I was going to say, it's me. It's me. Okay, so our group had a lot of really great dialogue. We were assigned to, what do we call it? Natural resources. And we Googled natural resources because we thought we should define it before, we came up with a commitment statement. And the definition was really focused on using natural resources, like maybe not always positively, and to like maximize profit. And we were like, well, that's definitely not what council meant when we were talking about natural resources. So then we started looking back at our, what are these? Our goals, our commitments, and they all really, really resonated. And so we were having a really hard time writing a commitment statement just about environmental sustainability. And so we kind of just debated each other for a while, and we talked about our values and that we hold a value around natural resources, that everyone should have access to clean air, clean water, access to nature. But that has to be balanced with the needs of a growing urbanizing city. And we just kept coming back to financial recovery and fiscal recovery. So where we felt good when we landed was that financial recovery is the priority. It is the priority. And it's supported by these same 8 tenets, which are, basically the 8 that are across the top. Each of these tenets needs some love because it has been a couple of years since we talked about the commitment statements that went to it. But we played around with some wording around, that we have this value of right to breathe clean air, clean water, access to nature, and balancing preservation versus the needs of a growing city. And we talked about potentially like a decision tree, that you've got a set of questions that come along with financial recovery, and maybe you have other questions that you would consider based on the 8 tenets. So we took Purple Pipe as an example and talked through, well, if we looked at Purple Pipe through the financial recovery lens, and we would ask ourselves, like, is it cost neutral? Is it revenue generating? Kind of what's going on there. And I don't know how much action costs, but say Purple Pipe is $100 million. And we're like, oh, that's a lot of money, and it's not going to pay for itself, and it's not going to generate revenue. But when we look at it against our environmental sustainability goals, like, it's really strong up there. But right now, financial recovery is higher priority for us, and we need to stay focused there. Or the benefit to the community is so great that we are going to take the trade-off, right? We're going to say, putting that investment in the environmental sustainability, natural resources area of focus is what we should do. So we did really struggle. We have like elements of the assignment, but we mostly kind of rewrote the assignment so we could still get an A. And we proposed that financial recovery is our priority, and the 8 are the tenets. Councilor Tippett.
Yeah, so I and for me personally, I had a hard time tracking how we had gotten to these 4. At the end, I felt like we didn't have a robust enough conversation to feel like, oh, okay, I can trace back to how we landed on these 4 things and dropping off all of the 8 at the top. Because when I look at the 8 that are at the top, welcoming community, good government, safety, housing, these are the tenets of I think what our residents look to the city of Beaverton, to our organization, as being in a position of responsibility to uphold and protect the that a focus is maintained on each one of these. However, with the priority, which I did hear loud and clear in this room, as being financial recovery, how does that relate to each one of these? And looking at each one of these with scrutiny, and yes, maybe going back and revisiting the bullets that land underneath them. Are they still the right ones? Are they in the right order? Is there anything missing? What financially is attached to them, and how do we prioritize them? Seem like that is something that we can message to our listeners today, as well as the community at large, and to the staff coming out of this retreat, which is what I kept landing on. I was sitting in a quite a lot of confusion looking at this grid of these 4 things, 2 of which got coupled under one group to try and figure out together. Is I having a commitment statement to it, I didn't know what we were committing to it and how it was tying back to the priority that we had talked about. So it seemed like, to simplify it, even though 8 might seem like a lot, these are 8 things that to me seem, each one in its own right, to be very important, and that we've reconfirmed for 2 years now as being 8 areas that we feel a deep sense of obligation to oversee. So that was kind of where we landed. And yes, we did go through the exercise of thinking through natural resources in Beaverton, but it seemed like a road to nowhere in terms of the larger goals of what we're trying to accomplish today. So we ended up veering the conversation into reassessing these and thinking about them through that lens of fiscal recovery.
Okay, that's what I meant by one group decided to blow everything up. So, let's sit with this. Like, this is a serious proposal from council colleagues to go back to the 8, and I just left blanks because I'm still not sure what we're going to call them or what you all would agree to call them. But that's kind of where that is. And I think we ought to shift now and hear about the plan for fiscal recovery and what the parameters are that you have come to some agreement on. I'll try to capture them, or because I don't think we have anything typed up.
Okay.
Do you have something we could type up?
Yeah, I have something written up, and then maybe you can help make sense of it. And then please, the team needs to chime in if I'm missing anything. But kind of rolled up, what we obviously determined to do was to update and advance the existing fiscal sustainability plan with the roadmap for fiscal health in 2 years. But really taking that first step under that approach would be to develop a 2-year budget framework. We would want to ideally implement that going into this upcoming fiscal year. And this would be informed by a couple of different approaches. One would be, obviously, the team wanted to do deep strategic reductions, but informed by a council core service policy discussion, and to provide also clarity around the 90% of what we do. So just kind of more of a general fund focus. But there's questions around, sometimes 90% of the day-to-day that we do, yes, but how much of that is really stuff you have to do? And I think the council needs a solid understanding and to give some direction on, I think you don't need to do that. And so that would be helpful for staff to hear. And then another component of that in the conversation would be revenue options. So we talked about strategy around TLT, property tax, business license. And again, this is very high level. And then rolling that up, you have to have a comm strategy, obviously, when we get some direction from council on how this is going to roll out, if we're going to do some deep intentional cuts this upcoming budget year. So that was my paraphrase. So Mayor, John, Nadi, let me know if I left stuff out, Debbie.
I think the one piece that we talked a lot about is, and you kind of mentioned it, but it is a understanding for the council to really understand the budget, and what that is going to mean from the council is likely an additional meeting every month on the Tuesday that we don't meet. Because to Councilor Duggar's point, like, we get the budget for 2 weeks, there's not a firm understanding. We're asked to vote up and down on a budget, or maybe make a couple amendments here and there. But there's a real desire for us to understand in the deep aspect of things. And to just know what the organization is doing and not to micromanage, operations, but like, we don't know what we don't know, and we're asked to make these hard decisions about cuts, and like, we really need to know what staff is working on, the plans that they're doing, how it rolls up to us. We agreed in our group that we need to have a conversation around core services. What does that mean? You know, the city does things like social service funding. The city does things like operate a park when we have a special district that does it. We have taken on a lot of debt because we started absorbing water customers that used to be served by a different district. Those are all decisions that past councils have made. We can't unwind those decisions, but we need to better understand what we're doing. And are we duplicate funding things that other levels of government should be doing? And are we doing the real work that the charters empowered us to do? Because in times of excess, we take on things that cities don't traditionally do. And I would argue, having been a part of the conversation about adding services over the years, there was a need for us to do all of those things. But do we continue to do them in this fiscal services? Because we got to tell our neighbors, we're funding this priority over this one, and we have to know what those are. And right now, like, as somebody that has read the budget more than probably most people in the room, it's still hard for me to tell you all of the intricate details. So we're going to have to put our time where our mouth is and commit as a council to having a deeper understanding of the budget. Because if we're going to make cuts, let's at least go in eyes wide open.
Okay, so that's kind of what the picture of the fiscal plan is. For those of you who, and Jackson's going to type this up and put it, we'll get the slide refreshed. For those who were not part of that conversation, do you have any questions or feel like there was something missing? And then this question is directed to the council that wasn't part of that. Anything that sounds like it might be missing, or did you talk about this? Is it included? You want to just check a box, make sure. Yes.
I was curious to hear more about, that we have time for it today, but would there be any advantages to shifting to a 2-year budget with what we're trying to accomplish?
You're speaking our love language. We had a whole conversation about that. And so I think part of the I don't want to say get well plan, that makes it sound stupid and not that well. The plan that the city manager is going to bring to us is we would like to move to that, but we don't think we can do it this year. But we want to move to a biannual budget, and there needs to be some understanding from the city attorney's office, some understanding around code, like what do we need to change? But like, as John has mentioned a few times through the weekend, it's about capacity of staff. And so we can create revenue and we can make cuts, but also can we create capacity, which is like the third financial resource we have. And a lot of this organization is working around a budget that basically by the time we pass it in July, they're already talking about it in November. So I think that's going to be part of the plan, but I don't think we can implement it in 4 months. I mean, I asked them point blank, could they do it? And they basically said, maybe. So I'm guessing that means no.
Okay, but make meaningful progress on a plan to do it the following year. Okay. So I want to acknowledge that the group that left the room, and I do have gold stars, did what we asked them to do and came back in with definitions of those 2 areas. But before I go there, I'd like to hear questions, reactions to the A-Team's proposal over here of, 8 seems right to 8 whatevers, seems right, and we should go from there. How do you all respond to what you heard from your colleagues?
Nadia.
I wish, because I remember this document as a Word, like a PDF, because the PDF of this actually really makes it feel more like understandable.
That's this.
Do we have it?
This or the
no, no.
4? The PDF of the 4 or the PDF of the 8?
Aren't they together on a PDF?
With the definitions across the bottom, is that
yeah,
what you're referring to?
I think so. To me, if you want to move to the 8, which is the 8 on the top, right,
Yep.
to be clear,
like, I don't think they're to me, those are values. Like, I want to see DEI and I want to see natural resources. So I don't know how to give you what you want without saying, like, I think our values are those two. And whether you craft a statement that's somewhere in there that also includes the 8, like, but I think that those values are important for us to be inputting somewhere.
Natural resources, the sustainability.
Environmental
piece,
sustainability.
Environmental sustainability is there, and inclusivity might be DEIB.
Right.
And so if you look at the one pager that was passed out by Jolene, the prior definitions that need work exist there for consideration.
It could be
Inclusivity
updated.
was called welcoming in that document. So while Nadia is looking for that, John.
I don't really care that much, other than it's really hard to prioritize. When you have 8, you might as well have 1,000, or maybe we could even get it better. You know what I'm saying? Like we can, as long as they're just called like frameworks or lenses, but then is there any value in that, to be honest? Like, to me, because if you have like the 4, I don't even know if I love all of those, but like, at least we're starting to get to priorities. But when you have too many, it's not a priority. And I know we called it a commitment or a value, but I would argue if you have 8 commitments, do you have any? You know, like what is your priority? Because we can't accomplish everything. So I guess that's my only, help me understand that a little bit.
So I think where we were going with it is they're not in the context of the conversation today, they are not the priorities. They're what our residents, the people that live within Beaverton, these are the things that rise to the top of the list that is what makes a livable city. These are the core tenets of, I'm thinking why all of us decided to run and why a lot of people choose to work in city government can be found in these. And they are not mutually exclusive, but they can't exist in a vacuum without each other. And there's none here that can really get thrown together and consolidated to make that list shorter. It feels like a really strong 8 that covers the spectrum of what it means to live within a community. So they're not the priorities. They are lenses that you can use as you're looking at your priorities. So if our priority is fiscal recovery, financial recovery, what does that mean when it comes to how does that affect or inform our goal or our lens around inclusivity or good governance or safety or housing or infrastructure, sustainability, so that when we're thinking through all of the different projects that we have that comes before us on council night, and it's got those bulleted lists of the thing before you, and they had got the bulleted list that's got this touches on safety and housing and sustainability, that we don't lose sight of those as we're working towards the priorities that we set at a strategic retreat like this.
Can I make a suggestion in this conversation here? I mean, inserting myself here, but as I was listening to you and kind of reflecting on it's not a priority, we talked about these initially as values or aspirations. Like that was the starting point. It's almost as though those 8 things are, our vision is to be an inclusive, it's a vision, the elements of your vision, which is your direction. Absent a strategic plan or something that you have gone through a more thoughtful process, if you reframe those into some form of vision statements, then you are working on your priority, which is going to stabilize things in order to help move that direction. So you don't lose your beacon, right? Those important tenets or the elements, but you're defining them as what we keep in view. We are keeping these in view. We are working toward these things in our vision.
In terms of marketing. But when people walk into this room, if they just see community organizational well-being, financial recovery, natural resources, and DEIB, without anything grounding that with a greater understanding of what all that means together, I think we're missing an opportunity, and you can't see the full picture in just those 4 things. So having that as a vision
That makes sense to me.
I think that makes sense. The only thing is, who is the audience for this? I guess that's my question, because if it's staff, because we've trained them to look at this as our priorities, then we've just really muddled it up and confused it further is my only pushback, because you know, but if the audience is the community, I completely agree with you guys. Like, they need to see all of the decision and vision and all of that. But if it's staff is a tool to show them our priorities, then I think that's where I might disagree a little bit. And so I guess that's my question. Like, who is the audience for this?
Yeah, well, and maybe, can we hear maybe from some of the staff members in the room around that idea? And what do those mean to you, right? And does the idea of characterizing those as the vision, this is where we want to continue to move what we care about, is that enough clarity, or does it become murkier? I mean, thoughts on that?
I think staff already looks at those 8 through as a lens when they're approaching their work. I think where they get a little confused is more in the technical on how do I write it up on the staff report, because sometimes they view that as priorities. But the way in which they look at their work and actually make decisions is very much through those values or those lenses, if you will. And that's really how I've seen it operationalized in the organization. Dan, I don't know if you have a different opinion about that.
I think it's a good conversation. I think it's just that aspect of what is core service is not per se a priority, you know, and so I think that aspect of, you know, you're absolutely right in the sense that, like, it's important that we as an organization are providing safety, you know, inclusivity, good governance, all of those things. I guess from a staff perspective, it doesn't necessarily make those priority. It makes those bedrock principles of what we are. And I think it's important that they're there, and it's helpful to see them, you know, remind us of why we're here and what we do as an organization, why we serve. But then we still need priorities or priority, right? One thing.
Well, I think that the suggestion, in fact, is that priority, right? And so you don't lose it. You can still align and say, we're still recognizing the importance of safety, let's say, right? And so you're still being able to communicate that through staff reports and through the work you're doing for the organization as well as for the community. But we're saying our priority number 1 right now is financial recovery. And so you have still that broad direction, but then you're focused. And that's what you're looking at, all the things that are coming through to you.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, I think if we kind of go back to originally cast as our commitment is to be inclusive, to have good government, to be safe, to provide housing for people or help people get housing, economic viability, all of those things. That's what your shared commitment is. It is not saying staff go do these things. It is saying this is how we do our work. And so even within the context of developing a fiscal, whatever we called that plan, recovery plan, we recognize that one of the things we want to do is also maintain our infrastructure, because that's an obligation that we have. We're committed to having solid infrastructure. And so it makes us have a hard trade-off sometimes. So I feel like it is not, you don't need to prioritize the 8 things. We need to come up with a language that doesn't confuse people around them. And we will be very clear that there is a singular priority of this city council, and that is to develop the fiscal recovery plan. So the 8 things, we go with 8. It could be 4, but the 8 things, are they a lens? Are they a tenet? Are they pillars? Are they, you know, the pillars of our government, the pillars of our community? Are they our shared commitments? Like, what do you want? What sounds like you? Your intent in naming these 8 things is to tell the community, fill in my blank. Allison.
I got a lot of airtime on this one. Thank you for humoring me with it. I like the idea of pillars. There's something about it's holding up the house.
Okay, pillars. I see some head. Yeah, thumbs up, nods.
I'm still
Pillars.
thinking.
We got pillars. Are you okay with that, Kevin? You're the only one that hasn't moved. Did he have an eyebrow up? I missed it.
Right, but it was a suspicious
It
eyebrow.
was a suspicious eyebrow.
Is this on? Yes.
Yeah.
I did move my eyebrow. I am a slow processor. uh, So I was still processing the change to having financial recovery as the priority. And I do think I like that.
Okay.
I was hesitant at first because I want to reduce the priorities by so much. And I think I was caught not realizing that we're reducing the priorities by all of them, except for financial recovery. And I think I can get on board with that because I think if we do have a hyper focus on it, and I think it could really unify the council when we're making some hard decisions, because we'll be able to say, like, listen, like, our priority we've discussed as a council is fiscal recovery, and that really stinks. We got to do it. And so this is why we're making this decision. So I could see value in that. And then as far as the language, I think pillars would be fine if we do that.
Pillars. We have pillars.
Nadia?
And we have 8 pillars and we have a priority.
She was like, I got called out.
You'd read my mind. No, I think it's great. It goes back to what John says, though, who's looking at this, staff or the community? I look at community wellness, which I love, and that doesn't really jive with financial recovery. So I'm not going to hold us up on it. I just hope that as we're writing this language, or this language is being built for us to ultimately vote on or adopt, that we're thinking through with a lens of who's going to see this and what we want them to read when they're seeing this.
Yeah, and I think that's important. And no matter what your answer is this for the staff or is it for the public? Both groups of people are your audience. The public will see this. They could watch this really insightful conversation. The staff is going to focus on it because that is what staff does. They are wired to pay attention to every word you say and how you say it and why we pick pillars. Like, that's going to be important to them. So yes, both groups will care about this. And you just need to be confident that, you can say what community wellness means to you and not be in a position as a city government to fund a singular initiative or new thing that you are doing there. Rather, you kind of think about it, what can we do? What can we influence? What do we, kind of the other concentric circles of your ability to cast, have an impact on things. So you won't always be able to do something new in every area. There are things that are accomplished by other parties in your community as well. And so kind of leaning on that and some of those, I think would be really, it'll just ease some of that burden.
Well, I think if I'm hearing you correctly, it's that as you're rethinking the wording for those 8, not to lose the language of the community and organizational well-being. Somehow that needs to find its home there. Is that what you were? No, okay.
I'm thinking of a constituent who's like, really all about financial recovery and is like, wellness and fun, right? Like, is that really the city's job? And don't get me wrong, again, I love it. But from a fiscal recovery standpoint, that is going to be the lowest. So I don't want to harp on it. I just want to make sure. I know Jenny, she's got it. Like, maybe the illusion of what I'm trying to say when this comes back.
Well, and everyone really does interpret those words through their own lenses too. So that's why saying what you mean by it is important, because it says, well, we're not saying we're going to throw a block party every week. But we had a lot of fun today talking about fiscal recovery, right? Super awesome. So, fun is what you make it.
Fun is fun.
So I think those words will become important, how you define it, and we can start with what you did in 2021 and do reasonable updates based on the other language and things like that. Are we walking down a path that is making sense? Does my Gold Star group want to share what they did just because they did their work, they'd like the Gold Star, and they want the group to pat them on the back? The people that left the room and came back, that did the 2 things.
Megan was in the room.
Megan was in the room. Okay, they're going to share, and this can inform can we put it up on the screen? Slide
Did you say
77.
Gold star?
I'm gonna get my gold star.
They had Jackson in their room. So,
Jackson was in there typing. So there it is. Can you read that? Okay.
oh my God.
Yes.
No.
Just read you can't read it? Can you make the crowd smaller, the picture in the room so that the slide is bigger? There you go. Just read DEIB and community and organizational well-being, ignore physical health because that's something we did.
Okay, so I'll preface this by saying that this was obviously very difficult because it felt more like 4 values than 2, because DEIB has both an internal focus and an external community focus, and then community and organizational well-being is similar, internal and external focus. So DEIB, there's a culture of belonging within the staff and community for the gold star. And the diversity of the community is reflected in the city. So we wanted this to reflect like, this is a place where people feel welcome and invited to work and enjoy working, and also a place where people live and feel welcome living here. And then community and organizational well-being, we went through so many iterations of this and ultimately boiled it down to a very short sentence of a safe and thriving community and organization. And again, there's a lot of conversation focused in this, but this was as broad as we could get it while having a little bit of meaning.
Oh, look at that.
Thank you very much.
And I mean, I think these words, the activity you went through, these are all parts of the puzzle that we'll now have to put together as we think about those 8 pillars and the kind of the updates that might be incorporated into them. So I think this is an important part of that.
So I think what we would propose is that we will, did you want to say something, Jenny? Your light's on. Okay. That we will take this as your direction and send back to you proposed updated language for the definitions of the 8 pillars. And that will somehow come back to us after you all have had a chance to say, change this word, change that word. That we would not spend a few minutes on that today, that might not be the most productive thing to do at 3:30 on Saturday. Agreement? Okay. Oh, everyone usually likes wordsmithing.
Well, if it was earlier in the day, maybe.
Okay. Okay, then I think we start wrapping.
Yeah. I
Okay,
think so,
you're
too.
on,
Okay.
I think. Well, you do it.
I mean, the wrapping, I don't actually wrap. This is wrapping up with the WRAP. So as Julie was just describing, what we'll do is we'll take all of the outcomes from last night and today. I feel like I'm paying a little bit. Is that okay? So we will put together a report that brings us all together. Consider it, our understanding of the discussions and the outcomes of today. You'll have a chance to take those and review them and make sure that they still resonate and that the words and the language that has been incorporated reflects your collective intent. So that's our homework, is to get that prepared and back to you for our next steps. So our final time here today, what we'd like to do is, in light of all of this fun that we've had this afternoon, is to do kind of around the room. Should we do a 6-word slam or should we do takeaways? How fun are you guys? Are you feeling fun? I'm not asking Debbie. Anybody else? Debbie wouldn't want to do this. Yeah. I think let's do the 6-word slam. Okay, so reflecting on our time together last night and today, for those that were here for the duration, in 6 words, summarize your takeaways. How you feeling? How are you feeling now? So in 6 words, we got this together. Let's go. That's not very creative or insightful or whatever, but you get the idea. 6 words only. There's a lot of work to, no, it's not. There's lots of work to do. There's lots of work to do. All right. All right, who wants to go next? Who's got a slam to bring to the table? I know. In 6 words, how are you feeling? What is your takeaway from our time together yesterday and today? 6 words.
Are they
The mayor's-
priorities, values, or pillars?
Let's go Beaverton.
Not using syllables?
Yeah.
What?
Words, not syllables. I mean, she was a math teacher, so. I
Okay, we-
wanted a plan, but recovery.
Wait, say it again?
I wanted a plan, but recovery.
But
Yeah.
recovery. Megan,
There's one clear council priority.
mic drop.
Lawyered.
There we go. Nice,
We are all in this together.
nice. There it is. All right, John.
Collective growth, retention, and safety.
Ooh, it does feel like growth. Growth is hard and it's messy and it hurts sometimes, but you get to the other side. You're gonna get to the other side. And so the teamwork here is what's so important. All right, yes.
Great ideas. Let's make it happen.
All right. Okay, call to action.
I'd like to go home now.
Okay, almost. We got you. Kevin, did you have one?
Know your role, fix your budget.
All right, there we go. Ashley, you going?
I-
You're blinking back and forth. There's
I know,
on, it's on,
okay.
it's on, it's on.
That red light is real, like, feeling tired, staff is pretty great.
Aw, true statement. All right. Let's hear one more.
Still glad I took the job.
All right. All right. We have any others before we call it a wrap? All right.
Let's go Beaverton. I love you.
There it is. There it is. Big heart at the end. All right. Thank you guys so much. I know this is hard and it's messy and it's going to be a journey. It's going to be a journey for the next period of time, but it's together and it's not, staff and council, it's staff and council, right? Working together in order to make the magic happen. So thank you guys for letting us join you for this hard work. Go enjoy the rest of your weekend.